Yes, we're live now. Hello, online watchers. Or VOD watchers. Thank you for clicking and watching at least this little intro. I'm not sure if this is the intro. Hope you're having a good day. What's going on, Kate? You're early, super early. My afternoon, super late evening for me. But hey, good afternoon to you, wherever you're at. Hope all is well. Today we're going to be doing, I just work on this game. Just trying to get it done. I see the light more and more though. I see the light more and more and more. So, it's exciting. It's like almost 12 hours here too. Almost 12 there too. Oh, wow. Hope everything's going with you, Kate. Hopefully your engine project's going good and any other stuff you're doing. Hopefully everything's going well. And swell. Gosh, man. I really want to do this memory card saving system type thing. I've been a bum this past couple of days. I've just been playing Final Fantasy IX on my couch on the CRT, eating a lot of food. I haven't bummed like that in a fat minute. So I felt good. All good's on the back burner because I got a lot of work. I feel that. That's me with my engine. It's in the back burner. I want to do stuff with it, but I can't. A lot of work to do on the day job front, and a lot of work to do on the personal front, so it is what it is. But hey, we got a lot done last week. And I really wanted to write an update on the Discord because I've been neglecting to do it. It's just that so much has happened. So I don't know where to even begin with the update. Like, I think we talk about the culling system and stuff. I don't know. What did we even do last stream? I can't remember. Oh yeah, I think we fixed the impact. So now it's actually you get knocked back in the correct direction. Yeah, so we did that, and then we did the level generation. Yep, and that happens on a separate thread. So it's not something that it happens like instantaneously. Yep. Hey man, what's going on, Zero? It's good to see you. Currently doing Spring Boot, unfortunately. What's Spring Boot? I've heard of this, but I don't know it. Is that a Java thing? Hey, what's going on, R. Giovanni? Let's learn, Jay. Let's learn. Just do some learning. What is Spring Boot? Yeah, it's Java stuff. Helps you create standalone production-grade Spring-based applications that you can run. We can take an opinionated view of the Spring platform and third-party library so that you can get started with minimum fuss. So it's like is it a library for UI and stuff? For applications? Using Java? Wide accessible getting started experience for all Spring development. What is this like? What is this goal that they say here? Be opinionated out of the box, but get out of the way quickly as requirements start to diverge from the defaults. I've never heard of being opinionated as like a goal. Are they just saying like, hey, for the setup we have a specific way of doing things, but then I mean, it seems that's what the idea is. I just never heard of, like, I never look at GLAD or OpenGL or I don't know, like I never see of any kind of library or API or whatever where they say, hey, our goal is to be very opinionated upfront, and then like I don't know, man, it's just word salad. It feels like a word salad. I need to do threads in my game engine eventually. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I can't wait to learn about dealing with threads. I've been saying I want to just do C, pretend like this game is written in C, but I don't know, man. Once we get into the concurrency stuff, I don't know. Maybe it's fine. I mean, we're doing our Riven Done application is multi-threaded. Believe it or not. Yeah, this is multi-threaded. We have a background thread for handling input. All this multi-threaded, baby. Okay, it's still broken though. I mean, it's kind of broken. It's this weird state that it's in. But that's like different. That's like simple stuff. I want to see how things get when we start dealing with more. I don't know. I may probably want to have some kind of atomic structure to wrap my objects in, or my data in, once we get into it. We'll see. Rider? Oh my goodness, it's gonna open like 6 instances, isn't it? Yeah, goodbye. There you go, you're gone. Do we still have this running in the background? Yeah, no. We're done. We're gonna actually start looking at stuff. I tried setting up Vim for my day job stuff because I have to use laptops I'm not used to using. And I was like, man, let me try using just Vim instead of, or NeoVim instead of Rider. And just trying to get my fuzzy finder working. That didn't happen, all right? Suffice it to say, I eventually ended up going back to Rider just to get stuff done did. Okay, where is this? It's happening update. Right, I just want to do this real quick, and then we're going to talk about what the goal is for today. What we want to do and have done did. Okay, we have this. And you're gonna happen at like I think 100. I don't know. We have board total length meter minus, I don't know, I guess like 100 or something. Type today, and then we're gonna move this to somewhere actually reasonable. No, I'm not trying to compile every 5 seconds. Okay, there we go. Cool. Let me catch up in chat real quick, guys. Hey yo, hi, what's going on? It's me. How you doing today? Hopefully doing well. Mostly just like the server logic. He can serve HTML and REST stuff. Oh, okay, I gotcha. In Brazil, Java is strong, but I wish I could work with C++ more in here. I don't know. C++ it seems like it runs the whole gamut. Or it can be great, or it can be like, oh my goodness, I'm in a jungle. and there's no way out. I have some experience with p-threads and forks, but like I rarely do it. Yeah, we use p-threads here, but I think with the next game I'm going to work on is going to be in my engine, and since it's going to be the first game in said engine, I think we're going to... I kind of want to just keep it Linux only. On the other hand, though, I think I can't avoid having to make a version of the game for Windows, and I can't wait for all the things that break when we do that. Surprisingly, the game is compiled fine, aside from like minor, flipping forward slashes, the backslashes for directories, but if I can't use p-threads, so I have to actually use some kind of platform independent abstraction for it. So that's not going to be... I'm going to have to worry about that, and I just don't want to deal with it yet. While my engine's a little tiny baby nematode. What was I doing? We were doing something quite... oh yeah, we're changing the interval, the place in which we spawn, which, by the way, let me check something real quick, because I wonder if we're setting the player to the correct location, because every time we generate, there's some weird stuff that is happening with the player. So we have the player script here, and of course your rotation is 0. Okay, so all this seems to be correct. If I can go find, there we go. So we do the cleanup, we do choose a level, we generate the model, we place the player at 0. We call this thing called reset player as well, which this may not... Transform, instance... Yeah, no. No. You are gonna handle this. Is it transform ready? I could have swore we had like a... Do we not have some kind of yeah, root. Oh, that's for the character sprites. Is that just... I can't read. What is that? Flame? Oh, flame. Okay, yeah, it is. I read that right. Player object. That's the thing. Okay. Whoops. Nope. Position. It's gonna be equal vector 3. Is it gonna be? I think it. Local position should be that. Local rotation should actually be quaternion. Identity. And then we set these stuff to... Okay. Let's see if this works. Let me catch up in chat real quick. What's going on, Syndicate? It's good to see you. Yo, what's up? How we doing? Or night and day. Yeah, it's like that. Whoop, pull up, stall. What's going on here? Deswita. I work with C++2 in college. Cool. What's good, fam? Yeah, it's C# Plexine. And only 3. What degree do you have, and what are the best classes in your degree for programming? None of them. I mean, okay. I mean, I graduated with the IT degree. I don't know, like, CS is important. That's a computer science. I mean, every single college and program has different things. I think more than classes, I think it's just important to understand concepts. Like, I don't know. You should probably learn about, I don't know, algorithms. I mean, you should probably learn first about some low-level stuff. Like, hey, you should probably know some C or C++. That's important. You probably want to learn some object-oriented principles. And when we say C, like, you should probably know how to implement some data structures and algorithms in C, and like how to use a struct and make nodes and trees and whatnot. You're probably going to want to know about, you definitely need to know about space and time complexity and all that fun stuff. You should take something about operating systems. I think it's important to know about some of the underlying stuff of operating systems, and you'd be surprised how much of that stuff kind of crops up when it comes to writing stuff for an application that you wouldn't necessarily think about, but then like it happens one day and now you got to know about it, you know. I mean, it's not, I don't really know, man. I feel like most of the valuable learning I've had has been out of school and at work. And not necessarily like my job taught me everything or a lot of this stuff, but rather like it provided situations where you have to learn it. And then I would go home and do a bunch of stuff to try to learn and get better at it. Or like it would make things that I didn't know about be known, and then I'm like, all right, that's something I should probably work on. I should probably do this thing. You know? Like, it could be something even as simple as like, hey, like, you know, I've heard of what an interface is at school, and I've taken a class, and I technically know what it is, but I actually don't know what's the practicality of an interface, right? And then, you know, you see a circumstance at work, and you're like, oh, or not even at work, like it could be in a project or a repo or whatever, right? But just something that goes, okay, here's the rationale behind it. Here's different ways people have used it. Cool. Okay, this is bad. This is like a dead end. We should probably tweak the level generation algorithm a little bit. Yeah, this looks bad. This looks very bad. This goes like nowhere. We don't want to have dead ends like this. That sucks for the player. Controversial opinion, Java is great for learning OOP. Oh yeah. I mean, Java and C# I think are good for that. They keep things very simple. You're just thinking in terms of those in that level. You're not thinking about you're not being distracted by underlying stuff. Like, it makes a bunch of decisions for you up front, and then you just have to kind of learn how to operate within the OOP mindset. And it's like one of those things where once you learn it, it's like cool, but then you can go through the arc of unlearning some stuff and then learning when to do more data-oriented stuff versus when to do the object-oriented stuff. And then it's not only technical circumstances, but also just in terms of like communication boundaries and all that. I'm trying to get to the end of the level. Oh yeah, we thread the needle. Yeah, I need we're gonna tweak the level gen stuff a little bit more. Oh, okay, so you reached the end. Things have gone terrible. And we didn't know why things have gone terrible. Also, why are you... Is a NAND? What? Why are you a NAND? Is it 0? Is it... What's going on here? Why would that produce that? Also, why is this fine? Player.instance.transform. Oh, because that's the parent that we're modifying, isn't it? Yeah, that's the thing we're moving, actually. Not this. Oh. I understand my mistake now. So then this was correct. Which then begs the question, hey, why are things not... Is the level generation wrong, or is it the player placement that's wrong? I don't know, man. Alright, let me catch up a chat real quick. Sorry, guys. You don't need algo complexity IRL in most time. I mean, yeah, for most things you're not, if you're doing application logic. There's times where that is very critical, but like, I don't know. I think for most people, you're not going to be doing that. Unless you're actually working with things that are a bit more intensive and require a lot more, how should I say it? A lot more rigor, right? A lot more rigidity. And then aside from that, like there's things like we talked about, like things that you don't know that you like having things that you don't know be brought to the known category or known unknowns. Like there's stuff like people might be working with OOP stuff in Java and that's cool and everything. But then they start profiling and seeing that their application spikes every couple of frames, and you know, some people might just take that for that's just how it is, right? But then you might learn about, hey, you know, you can actually control that and mitigate that, right? You can actually like profile for GC allocations and try to alleviate GC pressure, and maybe you don't even know GC pressure is a thing, right? But by just getting exposed to an idea like that, that's on your radar, and now that's something you consider when you do implementations of things. It's not always the most critical thing, but at the same time, it is a thing that makes a difference, especially if you're if you're in a position where you need to squeeze perf out. But yeah, it's just things like that where you learn, you see someone bring up something, or you hear about an idea and now you know about it, and then you can research and read about it and apply it in your own projects, right? I think a long time ago I talked about how like I learned about UniRX from, you know, a coworker, and how that was super cool. Oh, whoops. Let's make this a little bit simpler. I want to just test this. So we're gonna go up here. I don't need these anymore. And what I do need is this. Yeah, we're gonna change that. We're gonna go back to like 100 meters. What's going on? I'm learning web right now. In my database course, we are connecting a SQL database to a website for a store, probably a common school project everyone has in CS. And CS has done. You know, it's funny you mentioned that XJU. I initially started studying computer science, and then the math courses got a little too hot to handle for me. I'm not even sure if it's just a math course. I mean, I was just going through stuff, I think, but I eventually transferred to IT, and within like the first semester, and I did this I studied CS for like 3.5 years, and then I switched to IT in the last year because it has like the most overlap with what I studied, and within the first semester of switching, I had to take a SQL, like a class where we make a database in MySQL, and it's something very simple. But the funny thing is that like the end of that very semester, I got my first job, and I had to do like back-end engineering using like, you know, just a variant of SQL. And I was like, oh my goodness, 3 years of CS, and like I didn't get to really apply anything that directly. 1 month of IT, and I'm already applying the coursework in a real job. Okay, this is weird. Why is this like this? Oh, this is not generated correctly, are ya? If we run a little bit further, let's see what the... Either that or like the level is just not populated correctly. Because I'm seeing stuff here, but this looks like the same exact level. Is this even... Oh, because we disabled it, so I can't even see. I remember now. Because the thing that's happening on main thread that caused a perf hiccup was the generation of the texture. This guy here. So I had this just to like keep things simple, but I don't need it in the final game. We're not going to use this because I don't want to have a mini map, because then people are going to be looking at that instead of the actual game. I think the game should just be easy for you to avoid obstacles by looking at it. What's going on here? You should understand hash maps, dictionaries, linked lists are good. Yeah, I mean, that's just general data structures you're going to have to encounter, right? It's not like, oh, these are mythical things you're going to have to learn for the interview and then promptly forget. No, like, most applications you're writing are going to require you to do that, or if you don't use those, you're going to end up reinventing them in some level or capacity. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gravy. Goodness gravy. What's going on here? Is this happening like every frame? Like, what's going on? Why is there such a big lag going on? You know what? I'm kind of curious about something. So we call this on start, and that's fine. We have the next level, we clean up, we do all this stuff. We create this thread, and we do the work on there, and then we observe that thread every single frame to see if it's stopped, which is probably not a good, reliable way of seeing if the work's been done, but whatever. I'm gonna do isGen false. Or first, and then okay. So that even if this, let's say, fails, then we're in the clear. We should also probably like dispose. Is there a way to just dispose this thread or something? Yeah, I imagine that. Like, I imagine by virtue of nothing referencing it, it's going to get garbage collected. That's just kind of how it works, but. I don't think that's going to be the issue, though. Oh, what's going on here? Holy aura. I mean, I learned JS and then learned C, so weird order in that. Yeah, it happens. I mean, I learned... I don't know. Thank you, Cindy. I'm glad you dig the setup. The skill floor is low, but the ceiling is crazy. People do crazy things. What's going on here? Not enough programmers learn SQL, to be honest. It's a super hard. It's not super hard. Yeah, it's just structure and designing schemas and relationships, and it's not crazy. It's just something that a lot of people just kind of avoid. Oh my goodness, what is going on there? Oh, you know what's happening? I know what's going on. It's that we don't dispose this behavior. That's why. So we're generating every single frame. It's I disposable. Make it equal to that. And then we do dispose and null. There should always be disposed though, so we should be good there. Yeah, we're good. That should fix the issue. That's why it's lagging like crazy, because we're generating that huge texture every single frame. U of Waterloo is a top CS school where I'm at. Oh, really? I didn't know you're in Canada. I was up there too. Sick. The profiler. Stick the profiler on it. No, I'm gonna gamble that this is just the issue. The profiler can stay in reserve. How am I in a coding stream? I don't know. That happens to a lot of people apparently. You can taskify it and then you can get completeness and not poll. Yeah, I tried that last stream, both using task and using unitask, and I was just struggling to make it work on a separate thread and not synchronously. We should probably do it because I think it's important for me to actually do it correctly at some point, but I also just want to work on tasks. Okay, let's see how the level gen works. New level, okay, cool. So far, so good. I think I'm gonna have to do like some kind of thing to ensure that no hazards are generated on top of the player, because that's still a possibility. So I'm gonna give them like a buffer or something. And then we can start working on some screen space shaders today and making this transition not look like teleportation. And do the speed line thing too. That'd be pretty rad. But yeah, so far everything seems to be working pretty hunky-dory. So I might just... I guess the correct thing would be just commenting this out, because I don't actually need this right here. And what we're going to do instead is, actually I'm going to go into the level generation algo real quick. We're going to add some additional conditions to the hazard placements. Yeah, this is dumb because this is doing a lot more than placing coins. Now we're placing, this places entities as well. Just gonna do that. Laser. So we do a gamble, and then we're gonna do another condition where it's like, hey, if, I don't know, X is less than, actually let's greater than, let's say you have to be, these start popping up like 50 meters into the game. Yeah, that's what's gonna happen. And then I'm assuming I don't have to worry about anything else. And we just run it. What's going on here? Some people just get lucky. Channel vibe is immaculate. Serious 90s hacker punk aesthetic. Super cool. Thank you, man. I mean, that's kind of the goal here. Like I mentioned, there's kind of a few general goals I have for this. It's one to get work done on and make a game. Number 2, like show the process of it and hopefully it can be beneficial to people. And then 3, even if it's not, like if I'm just working too fast or not really good at explaining stuff, hopefully the environment is just relaxing and chill, and that alone is hopefully good, enjoyable for people. Okay, looking good so far. Nice. All right, let's start thinking about this. Actually, let's go do our to-do stuff. Ribbon Done isn't at a place to be able to be used for this yet, so we'll get back to making that happen. Instead, we'll work on this. So we have the trigger determination for this transition. We have the preparation of the next level happening. Good. So what else do we need to do? Screen shader, that's for sure a must. This we can make this async and do the yield stuff to have different stages of this transition happen. So like we can start loading while we wait for the generation to happen, we can play this effect where like the background fades all the way to white except for the player, and then it fades back in from white into the next level. The question is how we're going to maintain speed. Or maybe we're going to have like, I don't know. So that's some considerations, and that's an option for what we can work on today. The other thing I can do is work on the backgrounds and make them look actually functional. I have this whole shell manager thing that we've been kind of kicking to the back, but I feel like we probably should work on making this actually good and not bad. This is kind of more important because it actually has mechanical implications. I don't know. I have to think for a second. Let me check chat real quick though. But yeah, Waterloo is generally better. Unity doesn't like being on different threads, so make sure you switch it to the main thread, but keep it async. There's also more better startup incubators in Waterloo, Ontario. Really? I don't know, man. There's a lot of people from Canada in this channel, and they've been kind of selling me on Canada a little bit, man. They're also talking to me about Saskatchewan, Canada. I also remember in high school wanting to go to what was it? There was a school for that had a really good game design program. It was like the Art Institute of Vancouver, I think. Make something really simple. Try copying a main menu or calculator in an engine. How would you start with game dev? You just got to do it. You just got to get your hands in there and try making something. There's going to be gaps in your knowledge. That's fine. You just Google. Or Kagi in my case. Or you go on YouTube. That's what I did when I started out. And you're going to fill out the gaps in your knowledge and get to where you want to get to. And if you fail with your game project, it's fine. Start another game project and scope down if you need to. You're going to do shaders in HLSL or use shader graph. I love using HLSL. I cannot use shader graph for the love of me, or for the life of me. All the stuff we're doing is using HLSL. Even the lighting. We're not using Unity's lighting model. We have our own whole lighting pipeline and lighting components. CC light model. Yeah. This whole thing. And yeah, we have like a bunch of weird stuff because like the way we're doing the terrains, we're actually doing this whole UVs mapped to actually no, we're not calculating it that way anymore, but yeah, there's some triplanar stuff we're trying to do before, and then there's things we're doing now where we're kind of using a control map in conjunction with an actual texture that's repeated. I don't know, there's a bunch of stuff to do. Try and warp the screen around the character to give it a wormhole-like effect. I mean, brain bleed is a big problem in Canada. Any company worth its weight often gets absorbed by larger US forms. Huh. Don't move to Sask, man. What's Sask? Why not Saskatchewan? What's wrong with it? What are you doing? I'm working on a game right now. I'm figuring out what I want to do, though. We've fixed some minor stuff, and I'm figuring out what the next goal is going to be. Right now, like for today, there's this, and then there's this. These two things. I think I might just keep the backgrounds basic. I was going to have a whole thing where backgrounds change, and they have like this whole crazy dynamic, but I think there's already a lot going on. I don't know. I don't like how we're doing we have this whole outline shader that we're doing. I don't like that it produces sometimes these pixels here. I don't know why that's the case. Why that happens on occasion. Not even on occasion, pretty consistently, honestly. Because I'm pretty sure we're just checking left and right, so this means that for some reason this corner piece is detecting that it's... Maybe the offsets are just too big. That might be it. But yeah, I have this whole thing where like layers from the background get stripped down. So like you might be going through eventually going through a section where it's just ocean, and then it slowly builds back up to these 4 layers. I don't know. Let's look at the code and see what speaks to me. Maybe I'm just gonna keep kicking it around. If you had a choice about it, I'm biased though. Yeah. Looks like too easy. Just kidding. Defo gameplay first and visuals. Looks neat already. Yeah, but it's just not neat enough. Thank you though, I'm glad you dig the parallax. I don't understand any of what you're doing, but I respect the craft and soothing ASMR nature of it all. Thank you for helping with my sleepless nights. Thank you, 8-Bit Power. I'm glad that this can be of, I don't know, something relaxing. And hopefully you do get your sleep and get your Z's and get your 8 hours. Yeah, the whole threading thing too caused a bunch of issues. We had to rewrite this whole random selection library I have. I made a whole random selection library, and it worked great for a number of different games, except for this one, because this is the first game where we have to actually do it on a separate thread, and using unity.random doesn't work there, so we had to do our own thing so it can work across threads. That was fun. You'd do better in BC, Ontario, or Alberta. Those are the big hubs. Montreal's great too, but you need some passable French. See, I'm not trying to be next to big hubs. Like my goal, my desire, the dream is that like I get a few acres in the wilderness, I get a cabin there, and then I run some optical cables like 80 miles, 100 something miles from civilization to my little cabin. And that's how I live my life. That's the desire. That's the goal. The dream. Civilization. Do I look like a man who goes into civilization? I'm a man who opens a portal for civilization to come to me. And that's what the stream is. And then we hang out and it's cool. And then I promptly close the portal. And then I disappear into my basement for another few weeks. So what's going on, Addy? Or Adit? Patel? How do you feel about... yeah. This is my general stuff. This sketch doesn't really have much work, and work from home just isn't really a thing in Canada. I mean, why would I... You're saying I'm going to have a job. You're assuming that I'm going to have a job in Saskatchewan. No, if I'm going there, my job is going to be farming. My day job is going to be surviving, and then at nights I get to engage in the hobby of making games and software. It is a very different timeline we're thinking of. The Sasquatch timeline is a very different setup than what I'm doing. The masculine urge to achieve peak OPSEC. Oh, man. Yeah, that's the goal, man. That's the goal, dude. So what does this do? I think I'm just going to rewrite this whole thing. I think that's what I'm going to do. Ah, dang it. But I kind of want to... Okay, you know what? We're just going to do this. We're going to do the thing. We'll start figuring out the transition. Trust, you can drive for 22 hours and still be in Ontario. Lots of space, but good opportunities. Interesting. Bro wants to live in... What is Innisfil? I'm just saying, man, I'm going to have my game dev commune. That's what we're going to do. Gameplay. Okay. I don't know what I'm going to do with this. There's... Nope. We're creating a shader. Actually, there's a few things we need to do. Because I believe we have this FNF camera, right? And I believe this is what we're using for the game stuff, if I'm not mistaken. Player, main camera. Do you have that component attached to you? Yep, you do have the FNF component attached to you. Which means we can do some stuff here. We can do some cool things beyond just the start and update. Unity has this override you can do. I forgot what it is. Like, it's not Blit. It's on. I'm just gonna have to open up another project. Okay, we have camera. Yeah, we have the camera render pipeline. That's what we have here. And that's where we do all the cool, sophisticated stuff in this game, including the CRT. I also kind of want to implement a CRT shader for this game. Like, I already have a CRT shader that I use a bunch, but I want to rewrite it and do it more better. Especially since I've been using CRTs way more lately, and I have more pictures for reference than when I initially wrote it a long time ago. This is the shader, though. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the component. And I'm not sure where that would live. It's weird. In camera, we just have the shaders in there, but I bet if we go to shaders, we're going to find the camera C# component there. Oh no, this looks like shaders to me. Okay, never mind. Poolable objects. Is this resources, plugins, particles, damage interaction, dialogue system? I should move this in my dev kit. I think I'm going to use more dialogue systems, or use more dialogues in other games in the future. Features, terrain painter, that should go in the dev kit. That's actually useful. Lighting, level progress, combat. Is it in lighting? Nope, those are light zones. Abilities. Did I just extend the actual main camera? Is that what I just did? Oh, state transition. Nope, that wouldn't. No. I'm gonna find it. I know I have it here. Yeah, I don't see any CS files in there. Or maybe it's just in my dev kit, like directly. Shaders. Basic camera controller, maybe here. Do you have the thing? That's for requesting controls, release control. Upwake. This is the Unity lifetime functions. Do you have the one I'm thinking of though? No, you don't. Okay, what if I just threw it into the main thing? What if I'm just that sloppy? Actually, this project is super sloppy now that look how many things we have just in the root directory. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. Okay, it's probably here then. Pipe, trigger, yeah, no. Oh, post-process, renderer. Yes, this is the one. Yeah, the camera pipeline, and then we have, where is the function? I know you're here. Fog depth camera, player occlusion camera, on render image. This is what I'm looking for. And then what is the what's source and destination, right? It's also render texture. That's the way they do it. And then you're gonna have to have some kind of pipeline material. I might just load it from resources, honestly. Because I just kind of loathe having to drag and drop stuff in Inspector. Just kind of do. Catch up in chat real quick. Nope. Stop doing this. Of course, naming convention. Static makes no sense in this context. So we load this, it's null, and then here we're gonna do graphics.blit. No, where are you? Yeah, okay, source destination, then cool. So now we just have to write a shader and then make a material and then place in resources, and we should be good to go, I believe. Yeah, I'm not sure why you're being mad. Must be an assignment for a property. This is an assignment What are you talking about? It's supposed to be one token. Okay, cool. Let me catch up real quick, guys. What switches is that keyboard? It's KT Strawberries. They're pretty good. Nah, you just need to not to talk to be a programmer. What's going on? Yeah, I do like programming treks. Your game name, it's Radial Rush. That's a current name, at least. Along with Grandpa. Hey, you can find CRTs for pretty cheap, man. What's your favorite game of all time? Did it inspire the ones you're making? There's a lot of games I like. They don't really inspire what I make. Because most of what I'm doing is less... I don't know, man. I'm weird. They do inspire it. The thing is, I try to... I don't know. It's hard. Like, there's games I like, but if I try to recreate it, I end up just failing because, like, just by the filter of who I am, I aim for here, but I end up somewhere completely different because, like, something catches my attention or an idea comes in and I just kind of veer off. Games I liked, though, growing up, I was super into Mega Man. That was, like, a big thing for me. I used to be such a big Mega Man nerd. You can't see it in the cup, but maybe see here. Mega Man right there. The Mega Man series was really big for me as a kid. Zelda, Link to the Past on SNES, that was a pretty impactful thing as well. Final Fantasy 1 for the NES too. I used to be in the computer lab a bunch. I didn't have a laptop for a long time, so the only way I can play games was like getting emulators on school computers and playing on there. So it's kind of weird. I had a Super Nintendo growing up, but then we had a fire and we lost it. So a lot of my my sister had a PS1 and a Super Nintendo, but we lost those in the fire, and at very early on in my age. So I had like an early experience playing those systems, but then I didn't have them anymore. So the next thing I was able to do was just play emulators, and that still kind of got me tied to that old gen of games in a very different way, though. Yeah. So those games kind of really impact me, and then I've always been very big into platformers, and I love RPGs. I'm playing through FF9 right now. But yeah, like if you look at the games I've made, they haven't been really that. They're either personal and kind of kind of introspective or something. Or there's kind of simple mechanically. I don't know. I'm still growing as a developer. Right now I'm just trying to be able to execute on somewhat simpler visions of games before trying to scale up to bigger things I want to do. We'll see though. Let's go on X the Duke. Bahamas in the house. What's going on? Island Gaming. Don't forget a home gym in your dream life, Cozy, and let me know if you need someone who knows how to raise animals, forage, and grow crops. Oh my, Syndicate, is this a business partnership we got going on here? I mean, I'm not gonna lie, man. I really want to go off grid. I want to do that. I have my own compost outside. I suck it. It's like I failed. I mean, it's doing its thing. I have dirt. I have fertilizer that I can use for my garden. I just completely forgot to keep adding to it, so it's not as much as I would have initially wanted, but it's there. One day I'll be able to get chickens, but I need more land for that. Mentioned Zelda's great, dude. That was traumatic. Nah, man, I was young. Keyboard, here we go. Now, comrade, it takes a village. It does take a village. Maybe I should just do I should do like a game dev commune where it's like, hey, you guys, you come to my commune, my little village, and you get to just, at night, you get to just focus on making games, and I'm going to provide resources to help you out in whatever endeavor you're trying to do for like a month or two, right? It's going to be like an incubator. But during the day, you got to tend to the chickens. You got to help with the crops. Like, that's gonna be the transaction. Manual labor during the day, game deving at night. That's the trade alert for Cozy Cabin Games. It's gonna happen, man. All right, we have to make our shader. Sounds like a fair deal to me, man. Sounds like a dang good deal. Horse? No, I never rode a horse. I've been scared of doing that, if I'm gonna be honest with you. Not gonna lie. Ever since Superman got paralyzed from riding a horse, I've been scared of riding horses. Is it makes you more focused on the small monitor. It looks very cool and gives good vibes, but for example, I can't develop in small MacBook screens, so I wonder why you use it. I mean, part of the reason I use it because it's fun, right? I think the other thing is that by using stuff like i3 and Vim and everything, even with a small screen, I'm actually still able to utilize the real estate very well. Like, if I was on Windows, I wouldn't be able to do this whatsoever. It would be such a painful experience because I wouldn't be able to, like, navigate Windows, manage them the way I want to, like, have the same kind of workflow that I desire from this. You know, I can have different workspaces and all that. I could do this if I wanted to. Yeah, I think it's fun to work like this. I think it's only possible, though, because I'm working on Linux using i3. So let's look at the shader we have here. So you have this post-process shader. So what's some things we're gonna need to have here in general? Like, I never do documentation for shaders, but I think this one kind of warrants it a little bit. Or I guess we just keep it like this. So what are the things we need? Well, I want to have speed lines. That's for sure. And that might be a general thing we just have as the faster the player goes. We have to have the whiteout transition. So screen goes white, player comes dark, and then maybe optional CRT effect if we so choose to do that. There's probably some more things we're gonna have to do, like the time stopping effect, but we can just deal with that in due time. So I'm probably gonna make a discrete function for these stages. Where you call this function and it's gonna produce stuff. I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be an image processing effect thing, right? I'm pretty sure there's a specific v2f underscore image thing you're supposed to be using for this. Maybe I'm just wrong, I don't know. Let's see. What are you coding? I'm making a shader right now, man. You do not believe AI can make this stream? Right on, Kate. Of a shader? No, not for the effect I'm going to be doing. Not for, there's effects you can't achieve with just okay, here's a better way of describing it. There's effects you can't achieve efficiently by using sprites. So like if I go to the game right now and I do the pause, for example, you're gonna see this. Ooh, why is that behaving the way? Oh, because we don't have I forgot we have this new thing, but we haven't supplied the shader for it. So let's not apply this. Let's not do the blit if. Oh no. Catch you later. You have a good one, Kai. Thanks for popping in, though, man. It's always good to see you, dude. DCIY. I don't know. When I see DCI, those letters, it reminds me of band. I mean, that's a good thing, right? Drum corps. I don't know what the I stands for. It means it adds lag to actual game on actual run. Not necessarily, dude. You'd be surprised how efficient GPUs are in general, where you can do a lot of. You can do a decent amount of workload without actually incurring any kind of lag or latency. What is terrible though is if you have to have like a bunch of resources allocated that you could have just done in the simple shader. I think if you sit down with a profiler, you'll find that it's not that crazy. I think the place where this might become more of an issue is because I'm targeting small mobile devices, but even the shaders I'm running, I have a $40 phone here, and meant for testing this game, and it still runs 30 FPS very consistently with this. Actually, I wonder to see how consistent it is, or what's the max FPS if I just unbound it. But yeah, like you'd be surprised how much work as GPU can do pretty leanly. What's going on? Did you catch my comment before I deleted it? Let's make it run. Oh, that's somebody else. But yeah, like if I run this right now, what's going on with this pipeline? What's going on here? This is very strange. Oh, did I not? I guess I have to force recompilation. Let's force recompilation real quick. Let's see if it works now. Nope, still being weird. Did I not write it? It should still be returning null. I'm pretty sure about that. Let's actually move this right next to writer so it can just work fine. With the CRT, are these screens old enough now to be cool to have? I guess so. I mean, it's kind of a big revival for it. People seem to dig it. People are starting to get to the age of being nostalgic for them, I guess. It's just so strange. Like, we're doing this assignment. This should be null because this doesn't exist yet. There's a shader, but that's not a material, so it shouldn't be able to load that. And it's a different name as well, so this should just be null. And we enter here, this should also just be null. This is very strange to me. Our image. I don't think I do anything weird here. Yeah, this is indeed a material. So is this just, like, if I just do return instead at the very top of the function, is that still going to produce this weird effect? Missed the old transparent Mac with the handle on it. Yeah, it's kind of, isn't it nuts how that trend just disappeared? The whole transparent or semi-transparent tech. Dude, what is going on? Everything. FNF camera, okay. I should be called with this. Is there anything special I should be doing here? I'm just doing random stuff right now. I'm gonna be honest with you. The UI is rendering fine. It's just the screen space stuff that's just gone. Absolutely gone. Target texture. Do I have to open up Messy Mansion and look how I did it and see how I did it over there? Is that just what's gonna have to happen? Yeah, that's fine. This is so strange. Do I just have to... Even if I early return it, do I have to like... Blit this with like a default shader or something? Like, is that what I'm gonna have to do? Because the alternate would be... This is strange though, because I'm pretty sure we've done things before where we just pass in. Okay, you know what? Let's actually not even do this. I'm just gonna implement this. I'm just gonna create the material and then have it do nothing, and then we're gonna see if that fixes things. I wanted to demonstrate something, but I think we just need to do the thing first. Okay, gameplay. What's going on here? In years? Yeah, well, it's here in the flesh desert. Yeah, you sure you're coding? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. You return a function that did nothing like... Yeah, that's all. I'm trying to show something, right? So I'm trying to build something right now. So I'm early returning to bypass a certain effect. The thing is, that effect is still causing this to not be rendered completely. So I actually have to go in there and implement it first. Or at least like create the shader. We already have the shader. I just need to make a material with the correct name and then assign it this, and then hopefully it should just work. And then I can show the thing I wanted to show. Where's material? Here we go. I believe the name's supposed to be FNF. Post process. And then did it not compile? Why is it hidden? That's weird. Okay. Anyways, material. Post-process. This should do nothing. This should be found on load though. And I think if I go back to this component, we'll just... Because it turns out returning nothing is not an option for that lifetime function. So we have to actually just do the thing and assert that this is not null. In fact, maybe I should do that, an assertion, so if it fails, it's very clear that this is failing. Or actually better yet, because that's going to assert every single time we draw, I should just do this at the very top. And this is the correct name. Yep. Okay. Now let's see what happens if you run now. What are you looking at? Just some game deving right now. Okay, let's run it. Let's see if this works. Hey, and oh my goodness. We've entered Bizarro World. This is so strange. Why? I might have to just look at the shader I wrote for Messy Mansion and compare it there, because this is... Let's see what's actually happening here. So it's taking a texture, it's calling this, it's sampling it, yeah. What? Why did they invert it? Why? Their default script for screen effects is inversion? Why? I mean, that's the easy fix, but like, why? And now we can get to the point where I was trying to illustrate. Where like you see this effect here for the pause menu. Like sure, you can make a sprite sheet to animate this, but you're gonna end up having such a bigger load of memory usage for that to get a cycle that loops correctly. Forbid that you actually have two that are off phase from each other with an irrational interval, in which case you're gonna end up with a very large file, or you just have to truncate it and let it skip at some points. Or you just write a simple shader that doesn't even do much instructions, and you just have one simple texture that is blurred, so you can do thresholding at different values to produce this effect. Like there's a lot of times where it's just simpler and more efficient to use a shader than to try to just brute force stuff with assets. Anyway, so now we have our post-processing thing and it seems to be working. So we can start actually implementing the things you want to have in here. So I think some simple things we can have. We're going to need to have some values for, maybe it's easier to start with the uniforms before we jump into it. That might be the way we go. Where is the uniforms? I don't see any uniforms here. Oh, it's right here. So we have one for speed lines. We'll have one. It's gonna be float values. So this is not confusing, right? That's totally not confusing. We have to have a float that's going to indicate how much speed lines we want, how much we don't. We have to have another one for whiteout. Maybe we'll just prefix it with like P or percent to indicate these are P values. Or it can be even more explicit and be like 0, 1 to indicate these are normalized values. And then we might have multiple of these, I don't know. We'll see. Whiteout, we're gonna need something else too. We're gonna have to have some kind of masked image so that we can have the player, I mean, there's a few ways we can do it, right? But we can have a mask that only gets values for the player, or anything's with the tags for the player. And anything else you might want to have also be blacked out, but yeah, that's something we're probably going to need. So I might bundle these together so that we can know what's associated with what. I also think about how worth this actually is. Yeah. Because keep in mind, I want to make this run on this $40 phone efficiently and consistently hit 30 FPS, so I need to see how the cost of that depth map would be. I think it should be fine, but it's still something to kind of factor in. Cozy, let's make it run keeps, but as we all know, I'm exclusively here to flirt. Oh my goodness. Let's make it, I don't know why I'm happy after reading that. Is this love? Oh my goodness, you never need shader for slide pause. What are you talking about? Let's make it run. What are you saying, man? Dead Orchard, good. What's going on, man? And what's going on? Sorry, I'm noob. Hopefully you're doing well. Trippy. Yeah. I mean, I think it's cool. I like the trippiness. Alright, 1 second. Camera keeps going out. So we have this, and then Or I guess original image. So let me think about how we're going to tackle this. I might actually look at some of the code here too, because I'm pretty sure we have this whole thing on post-process render, private void, depth cam, and this creates a new depth camera from an original camera that's going to listen explicitly only for specific objects with a specific tag, I believe. And then from there we can pass this in as a property to the shader. The only thing is that I might have to consider is the fact that resolution is going to vary, so I have to actually, instead of hard coding the resolution, I should probably yoink the resolution from the correct source. That's not crazy. Can I just paste? Are you gonna let me do that? That's a pause module. Yeah, don't need that. Here we go. Please tell me I can just... Nope, I can't do it. So I have to select this, and then can I do Control-Shift-C? Go in here and then Control-Shift-V. Yes, except it's formatted terribly. Yeah, nothing I do is going to fix the formatting. Also, that's from a different file entirely, so we didn't even copy the thing we wanted. Okay. Cool. And that should make these issues go away. We have to make a property for my depth. That's a terrible... So much I'm gonna have to go to Messy Mansion and just clean everything up. Static read only int. And this is going to be wide. Depth. And this should be named this, and that's going to make the error go away, and I can rename it to oh, it didn't rename it. It's okay. So this is cool. Oh, I already had a to-do for this as well. That's funny. And this is a global shader. This is a global texture variable. Honestly, I don't even have to make these properties because these are gonna be, this all could just be global stuff, now that I think about it. So much to do, man. I was gone. What are you coding? A game environment? I'm watching Rather Clueless, trying to understand. I'm sorry, Liquid. I'm making a shader for the post for the game so that when you're transitioning from one level to the next level, there's a few effects I want to have happen, right? One is that the screen will white out, but the player will be darkened. Another thing I want to have is that if the player is going fast, we can have speed lines appear on the top and bottom of the screen. And so I have like one general shader that I'm going to apply to a shader I'm going to apply to the final output from the screen. And it's going to be a shader that's responsible for doing all these different types of effects. And then the CPU can just set properties and it will just adapt. What's going on, bro? How long you been coding? A lot, man. I think I've been saying like 15 years. That's a guess, to be honest. It's been since like middle school, so I'm guessing it's around that amount of time. I don't really remember. I do have a flash drive with my first programs on it somewhere, and it's on a backup D drive, so I can try looking at the files to see how old they are and go from there, but we'll see, man. I'm coding in C# Dory. Or no, actually I'm coding in HLSL right now. That's a shader language. A stencil buffer? I'm not sure. We're gonna see. I think I'm gonna pass in just the depth buffer. That is only looking for specific, with a specific that's just only looking. It's only drawing up, or it's not. It's only calculating the values for object with this specific tag, or layer tag, I think, or layer mask. I forget. I'm trying to remember how because I do this in another game. We create the depth camera. We set the parent. We make it okay, so it's all local and it's oriented in the same way. Add the camera, we copy in the same properties from set camera. This also has to change because these properties change on runtime, so we have to actually make this be on every update, honestly. Depth texture mode. Create this. Do we not set the mask here? Player occlusion cam. Yeah, we do it here. We set the culling mask. So we set the things that are going to be. Gotcha. So that's the thing we need to do, is set the culling mask for the camera. And then this I need to figure out. Squash, I would need to code, but it's dying because of AI. But for how long? Oh my goodness, welcome, dude. It's good to see you, Terrell. Thanks for gracing us with your presence. Thoughts on Lua? I don't really have any thoughts on Lua. I did see that a bunch of Final Fantasy games actually have quite a bit of Lua in them. That's the thing I just read online. I'm not sure if it's actually true, but it seems that that's, I think, what they're using for their battle system or something like that for their scripting stuff. It's pretty cool, though, that they're doing that. I think I might have to make like a... Maybe I don't have to make it. Maybe I could just do it here. And it's gonna be like what? I'm gonna have to make some kind of mask for the player. Or I could just do 0, but we should probably have a thing here. I'm also not sure if it has to be complement. Like I have to do the complement of this bit shift. One thing at a time, I guess. Yeah, I'm gonna just search because I have it here somewhere. Where are you? This is within layers. So where are you at? This is just a general thing, this application. tag, layers. And yeah, you just go by the number of the tag. We don't do the complement. Okay, cool. So in which case, it's gonna be whatever this is, and then we're gonna shift by that amount. The third of Dr. Giroux's androids he never tells you about. How does performance so far? I mean, with the game, it's pretty good. Real or psyop? It's psyop. I mean, it's a psyop for myself. It sounds nice for me, and it makes me feel good. And that's why I play it, because I also think it'll help you guys also feel good. I mean, they're real at some point, though. It's a real thing that was recorded by someone. On a mobile? No, it performs good on mobile. It actually does. Like I mentioned, even on the cheapo phone, it's hitting its target of 30 FPS consistently. I need to charge this. But yeah, mobile is good. The only thing I'm going to be concerned about is the level gen, but that's like, again, why we're doing it on a separate thread, and even then, it's not actually that much data. It's a bit, but it's nothing crazy. It's not like we're dealing with 3D volumetric data. That's like when processing explodes. That's relatively simple. C#. Oh, well, you're using HLSL right now. So there's a few things we need to do. Depth cam. This is not the depth cam. So we have this. That's going to create the whiteout cam. I should probably name it to whiteout camera. And what are we going to do from here? I need to propagate changes outward as well. So what I think I'm going to do is do yoink this. And on update, sync cameras. Cool. And then on update, after we do all the changes, we're going to just do sync cameras. Cool. Moving this up here. Nice. And then the shader, we should probably rename this to be consistent, which is... That's the name I think I gave it. Yeah, whiteout depth. Yeah, that should be good. And then, cool. We need to make a layer for the player specifically for all the components that are gonna be rendered. So, yeah, it's a thing we need to do. So at least for these, honestly, for these as well. They're going to be on, I don't know. whiteout, I guess, or player sprite, layer 8. That seems fine to me. And that just means I have to make this 8. And then finally what I'm gonna do, I can either make this a property or just make it a global property. I kind of want to make it a regular property because then we can like slide it around and test it that way without having to write logic in game. I think we're just going to do that for now and then eventually make it a global property when comes time to implement. Okay, cool. And then we have to actually do the whiteout stuff too. That's important. Speedline's gonna be super easy. Whiteout's gonna be more involved. But we'll make it work. I forgot, this is gonna be much more involved than I think, because we have to do some specific stuff with depth, now that I remember. Oh, text 2D, my bad. I was like, I don't know what we're typing. Yeah, that's what we have to do. So we get the depth value here, and then we do stuff. I imagine we can do like, for debugging, I just want to return this for right now. And just see what we're getting. But I think we have to do some transformations for the depth stuff. When do you usually start stream? Do you have a 9 to 5 before stream too? Yeah, I have a day job, and then usually I chill for a while, and then later at night I do a stream. Yeah, you got it, Terrell. It's usually around like 9 to 11 p.m. when I start. What's going on, Khalid? Whose footprints were those? I don't know, man. I don't know. No, I'm not. I work adjacent to it. I'm a software engineer who does things adjacent to game dev, but not quite. All right, let me get a little. Oh, I'm out of water. It's okay. We work chapped. We work with chapped lips, dried husks of an esophagus. We're just gonna live life like this. It's fine. It's what's required for. I was gonna say greatness, but I'm not even sure this is greatness, dude. I think this is at best maybe mediocre. I don't know. We'll see what we can execute. So we have this going on, and then let me find that shader. And that's really bright. That's not going to affect anything. We're also just not seeing the that's cool. We see the UI is still drawn over everything, which is kind of what we want, in all honesty. Okay, let's start doing changes. I'm pretty sure we have to do some gnarly stuff. We can go to the camera and find the code for the pipeline that I did. We have the discrete functions here and the cgen_c file. Nice. That's for the fog. I think what I'm looking for is the occlusion. Yeah, the occlusion overdraw. And what do? We sample ratio scale factor. Okay, so we get the raw value by sampling the UV, and then we do linear 0,1 depth. That's what we do. And that's how we remap the values to occupy normalized value ranged. Yep. So we go here. Okay, so if things are not working there, I'm guessing it has to do with either the fact that these layers are not correct. I thought I assigned them to the correct thing. I never did. That's not good. Let's also look at the main camera. You have the depth camera and culling mass is nothing? No, it's supposed to be this. There we go. Now we have our whiteout shader. You can see how the player is completely white out or black, but then the background's all white. And now we just have to make it be faded. So, in fact, what we're gonna do, hopefully this just propagates value across everything. So I can just do lerp and it's gonna be this and original color. Now, and then we reload it. As we change that shader from 0 to 1, you can see how it does the whiteout. I think that's pretty neat. Let's make the use a slider though. What was it? I think range is the thing you use. Yeah. So I can slide it between these values. So you start transitioning to the next level, zoom. And then you start transitioning back, zoom. Very cool. Very nice. Let's fix these though and make sure they're correct. So now you're on the correct layer. And I think I have to actually add the code for this to be correct. Do we ever set the... We do set it. That should be correct. Let's try running it. What's going on here? Were you self-taught for game dev? Yeah, mostly. I mean, I don't know. It's a hodgepodge of things. Like I initially was very self-taught, which is just Googling. But then in college, I made a bunch of friends and I learned a ton about game deving and software engineering from them. And then I got a job eventually, and I learned a bunch from that. I learned some stuff from school as well. Of course, it's like a lot of time in the lab just practicing this stuff, but yeah, most knowledge I have is started from other people, either outright explaining everything to me or at least giving me the seeds to figure it out for myself. Something I wouldn't have done otherwise had they brought that up. Yeah, the depth camera is not working. You're not setting the value. You're not setting the correct mask. Why is that? So that's the first thing that's... Okay, no. I'm pretty sure I'm doing things right. Player mask. It's one bit shifted to the left by the player layer number, which is 8. I'm pretty sure that's what it is, right? I'm not mistaken. If I go to layers, oh, you're 6. Why did I get this? Why did I think it was 8? I guess it looks similar in the CRT. Whoops. That's just a bad number. Hopefully that fixes everything. Recompile and then we're gonna play. Come on. Run it. There we go. That's the effect I'm looking for. And then I'm gonna get rid of... Okay, we're not gonna do that yet. We're gonna do it soon. Actually, yeah, we're just gonna do that. So we're gonna do whiteout is gonna be equals whiteout, and then we're gonna do the next stage, which is gonna be speed lines. And it probably needs to take in the initial color as well too. And it's going to do something to this and then do that. I think this would be much more simpler. I think we're just going to have a speedline texture, crop it over, apply some kind of constant, like, I don't know, speed. Maybe it's a value pass in, actually. I don't know. But essentially all we're going to do is have... Why is it saying texture 2D? I'm in shader. Sample i.uv, except that it's actually going to be plus float to... Actually, let's do this. You are going to be 0 on the y, because that's not going to change. What's going to change is the x coordinate, and it's going to be negative, I don't know, time dot y times speed, and that's going to be the offset we apply to our UVs, and that's going to produce that scrolling effect. And then return lerp original lines and lines dot a, because if this is opaque, we're going to use the speed lines. If it's transparent, we're going to use the original, and that's all there is to it. Maybe you could do like some spatial distortion stuff, so like warp the UV. I don't know. We'll see. I'm gonna do a simple image compositing and then go from there. Yeah, I think that's just simply how we're going to go about it. So we do the whiteout processing, then we do the speedline processing, and then we go our merry way. Is it a solo project? Mostly, yeah. Like, I'm doing the art, music, code. I had some help from SFM2 in chat with some 3D models. And then I'm probably going to hit you up as well for some more 3D models for the main menu. But I'm waiting for some concept art from a friend to come in. And then I'll do some assets for that. It's making a game right now, Victor. Making a game right now. Was that for impact frames? It's for a transition from levels. Sorry, I need to massage my hand a little bit. I've been getting the carpal tunnel numbness things again. I haven't been good with taking my magnesium and using my wrist brace when I sleep, but it is what it is. I'm surprised it's only a small, rare thing that occasionally happens. But I should be a little bit more careful about that. So, what else is there? I guess we should make a texture, shouldn't we? Just to test this out appropriately. I think we'll do a 1920 by 1920 texture. Okay, that might be too much, honestly. Honestly, for this game's resolution, I forgot how much smaller it is, how much we scale things by. It's divided by 4. Or maybe 2. Maybe even smaller. And then we're going to do tile mode, both axes, and then we're going to do some black lines, I guess. We can change the color later. It's kind of bad because I can't see where things are. So I'm going to have the thinner things pop in more towards mid-frame. And then we're going to have the thicker stuff pop in later. This is like terrible. I should probably make some proper ones in Creator or something, but this is fine for testing purposes at least. Just to see if this idea... I might actually have multiple speed lines and parallax them. That might be actually what we really do. I don't know. I think we might do something more cool than this. Like do some screens. We could do like some distortions on the original image instead. I don't know. We'll see. We'll just start with this first and then go up from there. Okay. I'm gonna go to Right, this needs to be actual resource, isn't it? Cool. Nice. And then what do we do from here? We assign it. That's what we do. And this is going to have alpha be transparent. This is fine. I guess I'll do RGB 32, apply, and then do nearest neighbor. Or point no filter. Okay, cool. And if we run it, save. Let's go on here. Okay, look at that, actually. That's not that crazy. Oh, you know what? I forgot one other thing. In the shader, we need to make it be time. No, not wrong part. This alert value has to be also multiplied by speedline 0, 1. This looks pretty not terrible though. Yeah, it doesn't look terrible, honestly. I'm actually kind of surprised it's not that bad. Alright, what's going on here? Cozy is cozy. Yes, I am me. What's going on here? Last day on Earth, what? My mouth pick. What are you talking about? The video? Yeah, I'm the guy making the video game and doing all this stuff. The suavemente guy behind the keyboard. The crown shape in the upper left corner and click on it. You'll see your chat ranking. Oh. That's pretty neat. Okay, so we have the whiteout. We have this. Let's actually start integrating this stuff. Actually, first of all, let me just shave. Let's save the project real quick. Okay. Everything got added. Nice. Is there any... random selection, yeah. Okay, cool. We committed all our progress. So we should be good there on that front. And now we gotta worry about integrating this so that when we do the level transition, it plays this whole thing. And it's gonna happen here. So right now everything just happens synchronously, but we're gonna change this so that we can have awaits and things like that happen. So we're actually gonna make this like a uni task, I think. And then So we're gonna start up the generation here, set up the thread watcher, and then start doing our fade to white. And then we should probably listen for this to do the fade out. Honestly. In fact, I might even just do that. Like have a fade to white, wait for gen complete. Fade back out. Keep sealing your comments so things don't make sense. I'm sorry, what? Nani? Learning how to code program shaders is really cool, and you should start learning too. Right now, chat. Right here, guys. Right now, open up your IDEs, start programming, start doing the code, start learning shaders, guys. Once we finish this game, I want to do some more variety of streams. I want to do some streams that are educational. Let me test this out to do the white thing. See how that looks in comparison. Actually, no, I'm going to leave it like it is right now, because I want to see how this looks in combination with the white out. I don't know. And then we'll do like a little A/B test to see which one we prefer. Yeah, I think I want to do some more educational streams at some point. I just want to get a project done first. Okay. Wait for end of frame, wait for fix update, wait for seconds. That's an obsolete thing. How do you do unitask wait for seconds? How does one do that? It says this is obsolete. But now I'm curious, what is the not obsolete way of doing things? This should be something they have on their documentation or examples. Oh, they use yield now. This is for 2023 or newer. Unitask wait for end of frame. Interesting. So I do this. Okay, I see now. So we're using an older version of Unity, which is why we have to use this. See, that's why documentation is so important, guys. Fade. Let's say like it takes like a second to fade in. cool. So we have this, we do this, and then we have to calculate elapse divided by fade in seconds, and then we're gonna set the global shader property for this, which is gonna be probably a static thing in F&F camera, because that's where everything's gonna be happening. Yes, we have this. You're gonna be public now. White 0. I'm pretty sure that's what we call it, right? In the shader, that's the uniform. White out to 0, 1. My bad. Okay, very nice. And I'm pretty sure you're called speedline 01 as well. Oh, they have a underscore. Speedline 01. Okay, cool. So these exist now, and then in our function here, that's board chunk manager. We don't need that. Don't need the. We're actually gonna do something with the player soon as well, but we'll do that later. What I'm looking for is our game board. Don't need the buffer utilities, don't need the table entries, don't need level generators, don't need random selection. Here we go. Float. Yes. Whiteout is going to be P. So as it goes from 0 to 1, it's going to be approach completely white, and then we'll do the speed lines as well too. And then we're gonna wait until this equals false. Okay, what is this? Is that not a predicate? Oh, do I have to make it a lambda expression? Yeah. There we go. So until this, we're gonna wait until this becomes false, and then we're gonna do the same thing we did here, just in reverse. We're gonna start with fade out. Seconds. Elapse is going to equal to fade out. Seconds. And then while elapse is greater than 0, we're going to do this. And we're going to do subtraction. Delta time. And now it's going to go, so it's going to progress to 0 to 1, and then from here it's going to progress to 0. It's a linear thing. Maybe I might try using a different using function for this, but for now this seems fine. Love your keyboard. Thank you. Sorry, I'm a noob. I'm glad you dig it. Oh, what's going on here? Cozy Bungalow. What's Cozy Bungalow? Sub Cozy. What's going on, Mark? Unity is not easy to work with. It has its quirks. Learn to do. I think the more you start stressing out Unity and doing things you're not supposed to, the more you start doing like things that you do in your own engine instead of Unity or engine level things, the more it starts fighting you. When you start doing like burst stuff, you start getting some fun crashes as well, unprompted. That's just a thing that happens. But yeah. Sweet. So we have these working now. I think, well, I'm assuming this is going to work. We're going to find out still. That's the thing we need to do. And then we have to also make this caller function now. When we call this, we have to do like forget, I think. Okay, cool. Let's see if this works. Okay. Okay, we're gonna get to the here. Hey, that's pretty cool. But it's moving the player prematurely. I don't want that to happen. I want what I actually want to have happen. In fact, I'm gonna move things around a little bit. That's looking pretty good. Pretty good so far. I'm gonna move some stuff around though. Or you know what, maybe I can just still keep it here. I just have to reorder things. So there's this whole thing that happens. Okay, we're gonna do some stuff. We're gonna do like this sandwich. Or you know what, I might, a better way of structuring this is I'm gonna have private async unitask and call it fade in. Another one called fade out. And I'm going to yoink all this logic for fading in here, and all this logic for fading out over here. Okay, cool. And then here, now these just become await fade in, and then another one's gonna be await fade out. So the player's gonna be writing, we're gonna fade in, and then once it's faded in, we're gonna do all the level generation stuff. It's all gonna happen here. And then we're gonna wait for the level gen to be done. And when it is done, we're gonna reset the player after it's done. I think that's what has to happen. I think that's how I want the sequence of events to work. So you fade in, select level, start the level generation thread, and once it's complete, then we set the select false, reset the player, and then we actually go through the whole fade out process. Okay, let's see if this looks good now. Okay, so we're going to go for a while. We're going to hit that threshold. And then we're in a new place. Things have gone bad. Don't know why that's the case. Heck, why is that the case? Where is the player at? They're at 0, 0. There's some offsets here if that's supposed to be the case. So this is supposed to be where 0, 0 is. No rotation. I find this a little bit weird. Because there's supposed to be like 0 stuff here in the middle. And there's nothing crazy that would indicate something odd. So, what's the deal here? Why is it that the player is like spawning in the middle of... Oh, because all this stuff was not supposed to be there in the first place. I see now. Oh, there's some weird stuff going on here. There's some weird stuff. Trouble in paradise. Things have gone wrong. So why is that happening? It's as if we're not playing the transition yet. The player is being snapped continuously to like this. So I can see this only happening if like we never get past here. Let's see if there's any exceptions happening though. Missing reference exceptions, that keeps happening though. No reference exception happening. 233. Attempting to dispose this. Interesting. Failed assertions. There. Might be due to the clear board function or something. We're getting there, but not quite. Also, we're generating models. Oh, I guess... No, that's fine, actually. It's not hinged upon anything. This should be called here before we do it. I don't think it's going to make a difference, but... I guess we could do something here. We can invert this if it's running and we know it's still doing stuff. We get early return. Otherwise, anything else, any other changes to the thread results in this. I'm curious as to, is there any other valid? No, I don't think so. Maybe background, but I don't think, I think it should be running to entirety. Oh, you know what's probably happening? We're calling this multiple times because this is generating level thing doesn't... Yeah, because there's going to be multiple frames where this is true. I see now. I see why that was happening. Okay. It's not yoink. It's escape V select Y. What are you talking about? Cozy, I've always wondered, do streamers have access to chat after the stream ends? Yeah, it does. In fact, here's a cool thing. You guys have access to chat after the stream ends. Because they're archived and it's available on the VODs. So technically every single thing that's been said in the stream is publicly available. It's all there. We can scrape it. I can make personas from you guys. I can make little caricatures with speakers trained on the output of everyone. Okay, that almost looked good. That almost looked good. Until it didn't. It's generating level. Do we ever reset the level? Did I never do that? I guess I just didn't. Yeah, I guess I just never did that, dude. Sheesh. Hopefully that fixes things. It's looking more snazzy, though. Luckily, I deleted the really embarrassing stuff. You posted embarrassing stuff on the internet? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, this is stopping. Stop before things go bad. Whoa. That was pretty gnarly. Okay, we're gonna do a thing where if it's generating a little level, we return. Otherwise, if we trigger this, yeah. In fact, oh. You know what? I'm gonna do this. We just at the very top. At the very top. There's a bunch of frames where that's true. Now all of Zimbabwe knows what you said in chat. I've tried to find it before, but I've never seen it. Chat after the fact. There's a button. It's not very obvious. There's like 2 chat buttons when you go into the... And sometimes like you have to wait for the video to process before you have access to it, but it's there. Oh, guys, did you see that? Look at that. That was smooth, man. I think what I'm going to do is make the player invincible during that transition so that they can't get hurt before and afterwards as well. And we just kind of keep them at autopilot so that they're moving fast. Or as fast as they could be. Can be. Nice, though. This is coming together. We got level transitions. Let's freaking go. There's someone at the door. There's someone at the door. I love that quote from Office Space. Now let's get down to business to defeat the bots. Yep. Okay. Oh, that's a whole debug thing that we're not using anymore. Cozy has successfully coded the zoomies. Yep, we got the zoomies. I'm not gonna lie. I initially read that as Cozy occasionally successfully codes. And I was like, wait. I'm missing the. I'm like taking the letters and scrambling them. Let's close the eyes, reread it properly. You gotta sling it properly. We're getting in there. I'm actually really happy with how much. It's starting to feel like a game, dude. It's starting to feel like a game, man. I think I'm gonna bring back the animation of the player like hitting the throttle to go fast. But yeah, where's the thing that makes the player invincible? I think what I'm going to do, we have a function that's very similar to what I'm about to make it do. It's in the partial class. And I think it's a default dash. We're going to do something like that. Yeah, this one here, where we reserve control. And then, like, just do that. But we're not even going to do this. We're just going to do void blindly go forward. And we're going to reserve control from the player for this. No speed boost of any sort, just like regular old go forward. Yeah, it's just gonna be vector to right. That's all we're gonna do. Actually, that's like all we need to do. I have a function called return to normal, please. Pretty please, return to normal. I would really like it if this returned to normal. That's great. I like that. And then invincibility is invincible is gonna be true. And return to normal please should also do this, I think. Like I don't know. This may cause issues. Consider two booleans. Consider a second boolean. Yeah, that's a thing. We'll deal with that later, because that's just kind of the company culture we're cultivating here. Company culture. So we're gonna make the player go blindly forward, and then after all is said and done, after like I don't know, either we fade out entirely, or maybe like once, I don't know, maybe here, or maybe a little like halfway through here, we return control to player. Excuse me. So like if P is like less than 0.5. We just do dot instance return to normal, please. I like the halfway mark we do this. Okay, play this. Is Cozy actually coding on a CRT? Yes, I am. We live our life this way. In fact, I'm a coder, a beginner coder. Still learning how to code better, though. Yeah, it takes time, man. I'm a beginner. I was a beginner coder for a fat minute, too. Nice. Nice. Okay, something went wrong. Something has gone critically wrong here. Oh, what is it? Null reference exception where? Okay, we have to do pretty please in case an ability is in progress. No. Oh, because that's the state the shader, the material is in last time. I should really make this be like a material copy. But hey, this is working pretty well. And you know what? Maybe I'm going to do a speed boost modifier to this. We do that elsewhere. Here we say speed boost is this. I think that's fine. I think that's perfectly suitable. Come on. So we're going to go forward for a little bit, avoid an obstacle or two. Oh my goodness, dude, what was that? We went so fast we broke the background generation. That's actually so freaking cool. We just broke stuff. Like the camera just can't even catch up. Yeah, we need to fix the chunk manager. Dude, this is rooming. Now we're rooming, dude. Dude, it almost makes you want to have the speed lines not be in screen space, but actually be on a shader, a material surface shader that's a layer, like a shell above the current ones. So you can see the geometry as it changes instead of it being a screen space thing. Dude, I think I have to do that. I think I actually have to do that. I think there's no way I cannot do that. Because this would look so much cooler if this was a surface, a 3D surface instead of like a screen space thing. Oh my god, you create game? Yeah, I do, man. We make games. At resource to learn how to code. Gosh, man, I'm so bad. Like, every single time I'm like so bad at it. Cause I'm just do it. Just Google, find a project you want to do, find tutorials and stuff to get to it, and then like maybe ask people who are around you who know this stuff. Get in a community that knows a lot about this kind of stuff. I'm a subscriber. What are some good resources that can look for online, learn how to code better? Yeah, I think you just have to do, because like so much, it's very weird. I'm not really good with these kind of resources. I know there's some general ones you can probably search. There's probably some good GitHub repos for like, let's even Google. Let's do some, I'm sorry, Googling, no, khaki. Coding resources. I'm pretty sure I saw some good resources on GitHub for this, like a repo at some point. Maybe I should find something. I know I've sent stuff to my students before. Not students, my mentees. I should look it up there. With art and music, I'm a little bit better with this kind of thing, but programming is a weird thing where I'm just not. GitHub best practices for beginners? No. There's like a big mega thing. GitHub. C data computer science resources. Let's see this one. Okay, got some fun stuff there. Getting started, map of computer science. Let's see what this has to say. That's a video. Okay, MIT courses, computer fundamentals. Okay, this is the general one. Algorithms and data structures. Hey, you have languages too. Okay, algorithms. Let's see how this looks. Let's actually look at this. Are you kidding me? You just throw us to a Wikipedia article? Are you kidding me? Okay, this is better. I'd rather read a textbook. Okay, cool. That looks cool. I like that. And actually has like a little indices. Okay, cool. So here's a resource. I'll send it to you. I'll post it in chat. In general, though, like, the thing that's very hard to teach, but is actually what makes the big difference, is like, it's knowledge from working in projects. And if you can, work on a project with other people who are more knowledgeable than you. That's like the best way to learn. If you're doing game deving, I'd go to a game jam. If not, go to a hackathon or something. I've gone to both. You can find some really smart people there and learn a lot from them. And I think it's better because I think you only really get good insight when you're seeing it applied to a very specific context you're working in. So like an example I gave earlier is that like you can learn what an interface is in your object-oriented class, but until you see an actual problem where you can actually apply that, you're not going to actually see the utility, or the utility may not be obvious to you, right? Until you actually see a certain problem and you can see how this is applied to it. That's a very specific, like a general thing, right? But I think that's, especially when it comes to computer programming, that's where you start getting a lot of the cool gist, right? And that's where the gold is, right? At least for me, because I can read a bunch of stuff that's theory and that's rad and everything, but it's not going to click until I see it applied in practice. And the place where you get practice or great opportunities to apply things to a context is working on a project. Is working on projects in general. Either your own private ones that you're just kind of chugging through, and then you get to a scenario and then you look for help online or something, or maybe read up resources to see how people have tried doing what you've done. Or it can be in a shared context, whether it be like game jams, hackathons, or school projects, I guess, to a lesser degree, because you're surrounded by students, so they're equally as... You can get some knowledge, but they're not going to have the same kind of wisdom from doing stuff before. And then, of course, there's like internships and jobs. But, yeah. That's the general idea for me. You want to become a software engineer? Then yeah, that's where you start, man. Just start working on projects. My quest to becoming a software engineer started with me using GameMaker and using drag and drop to make games in middle school. So like, all that really matters is that you're in there and flexing your engineering brain and trying to make something happen. Even with like simple stuff like that, you'll start thinking about logic. You'll start thinking about systems that emerge from logic, so on and so forth. And then you'll start integrating this other stuff as they come and become relevant to you. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, I was gonna do a shader, wasn't I? I was gonna do a shader. Yeah. The shader, the Cusco shader. Yes. So we're gonna just add this. We have a player grid thing here actually, but that's wrong. Or is it? Maybe it's not. Maybe I could just co-opt this. Because the player's like what, here? Yeah, they're there. And where's the player grid? Nowhere near that. Yeah, so we're gonna grab this. We have this material. What are you? Unlit play grid. We're gonna just repurpose this shader because it's no longer being used for anything. Do you always wear those stylish sunglasses, Cozy? I've only started doing it recently because I want to go to sleep, and I feel when I don't use it, I feel too wired from all this light and everything. So these blue light canceling sunglasses are pretty nice. Not sunglasses, screen glasses. Getting back into comp sci after failing and giving up on it 15 years ago. Hey, man. Well, welcome back to the game, dog. What's he doing? I'm working on a shader. We have this cool speed effect shader that we got going on here for transitioning levels. I mean, keep in mind, I have it set to specific really short so that I can test it very quickly, but once you go far enough, the game transitions like that. The thing I want to do is that if you notice, the speed lines are on screen space, and that's kind of lame because as you see, when we go fast, the camera tilts. So I'm making a new shader that's going to be running not on the screen but rather on the geometry where the speed lines are going to be appearing, so you can see the curvature of the cylinder as the camera changes perspective. And then we're going to just A/B test to see which one I like better and which one I don't. It's actually a CRT monitor, but it does not look that good. It's okay, man. I appreciate the CRT love no matter what. Actually, look, it is a CRT. It's a little bit too small for me to see because of the chat, but it doesn't seem bad. Alright, so what we're going to do is, since I already conveniently have other shaders here, I am simply going to yeah, these are signed manually, aren't they? Oh well. We're gonna yoink some stuff here. Whiteout effect. Nope. Speedline effect. Yes. You're gonna be put here as a shader uniform, and you're gonna like it. All the code I wrote here is garbage, bad. This is the first attempt at writing this sinusoidal function mapping thing. That was stupid. Stupid. This is all going in the garbage. Garbage. I don't even know why we did this. We just have this. Oh no, it's world space position. Okay, whatever. Transfer fog. I don't want it. Get it out of here. And Why is this? What? Wait. This. That was just wrong this entire time. Okay, you see, this is why we're rewriting this. This is why we're doing this. We're getting rid of the slop. We're gonna make it good now. It's okay. We can do that. I have this function we can yoink for speed lines. In fact, I could just yoink the internals here and just drop them like this. And I guess that we're gonna do. And there's no original color. I guess that's where we're setting this to 0, 0. Okay, that seems fine to me. And do we have our uniforms here? Yeah, we do. So perfect. So assuming I assign the correct stuff here, we should be gravy, baby. And we don't need this. Transform to, I'll leave it for now. And then we have our alpha stuff. Z-right off. Okay. You're in the correct queue, transparent and render type. Yep. Cool. So I can go back to here. And now this should actually have speed lines. Okay, cool. And since we're setting a global shader property, this should just respond as well. I think the only thing I want to do is get rid of the screen space lines because they're going to conflict with. Oh, it's not going to do the thing I want it to do, is it? Oh, it's never as simple as you want it to because the UV coordinates is wrapping around the entire sphere. I don't want that. Okay. So we're going to have to do something. We're going to have to do something here. We're going to have to do something. I can tell you that much. First of all, the play grid has to be actually aligned with this. And then what we're going to do is we're going to do a cheatsy doodle. Because I'm not going to model a whole separate mesh. We're going to just do something a little jank. That's fine. We can do tile, I don't know, 4 times on both axes. Is it going to be even visible? Like, is it going to be visible? In fact, let's just do this. If I made this a property, actually, it's going to be range. So if I do this, refresh, go here. Oh my goodness. The coordinate range is wrong as well. Oh, okay, this is easy to fix though. We can just swap the X and Y. So we can just do this YX. We can just swizzle it. Okay, we swizzled it. Why aren't you happy with me? I swizzled it. Okay, what if I do that? Are you gonna love me now, Dad? Okay. Come on. Okay, there we go. Okay, That's not great. That's not great. That's not great. That's not great at all. What's going on here? Cheatsy doodle. Yep, we're cheatsy doodling. Yep. Okay. So we're gonna go to scene. And yeah, that's not great. Let's do 1. Yeah, okay, maybe this. Okay, that didn't make things better. Nope. Okay, let's just do this. We're gonna make things go really slow. 0.1. Slow. Okay, so you're going in the wrong direction. We don't need to swizzle this, I guess. I don't know where things have gone, though. I see something moving down there. Ah, there we go. Okay. So now if we do 4 times, is that going to change anything? What about 8 times? Okay, I guess not. Are we even doing... In fact, I just realized something. I don't even think we're doing the correct thing. I don't think we're doing the transform text. We have to do this for speed lines, don't we? And I think we have to do transform text for speed lines here. And I think that is gonna, there we go. There we go. And now we can make it like, so that it appears, let's make it like, I don't know, 32. Am I seeing it yet? Nope, not yet. We're getting there though. Getting there. I'm gonna make it like 64. Okay, so it's popping in there now. I see it. But it's not the interval I'm looking for. So we're gonna have to do some more stuff here. We're gonna have to rotate it. Or actually just do an offset. That's actually the easiest option. Like that. That seems alright. Maybe 64 is too much. Let's do 48. That doesn't seem so bad. So as things go okay, it's not gonna work. We have to do something quite exotic to get the speed lines of our dreams. Yeah. Maybe screen space speed lines are fine, but we're gonna have to do something. We're just gonna have to do something special, aren't we? Like, I can't just do this. I'm gonna have to make something a little bit more bespoke. Also, let me make this player grid be part of the sprite, player sprite thing, so it actually gets drawn. It's hard to tell what's actually... I need a... Okay. Where is the screen space one? We're going to get rid of the speed lines from the screen space. I'm going to reload that. Unpause. I don't see that the whole effect at all here. Maybe because this is still has speed 0-1 tied as a property, so it's overriding that and not responding to screen space changes. Dude, I want it to work so badly, man. You don't know how much I need this, dude. Come on. Player grid. You can't do this to me, man. Do you know how much I've sacrificed? I don't think I'm crazy. This is on the correct layer, so it should be part of the culling group for the for this. And brother. Yeah, I think we can't make this happen. I have to just do something. I'd have to make like some mesh or something bespoke to make this, to square this circle. Okay, I'm gonna pause it there. Do I see the lines popping up? I do see the lines popping up. They're very faint, though. Well, we're in the middle of the transition, but still. I think we have this working now. So we can do this. I wonder if the transparency is messing up the it's messing up the darkness factor. Like, I wonder if I don't know. So we're lerping from this to the base color for lines, based off of opacity. This is dumb. Why am I doing this? I should just. Oh, I guess because I wanted to also factor in speed line, this value. But then I could just multiply the alpha by that. Like I could just do that. I don't have to lerp it. This feels like really obtuse for no reason. When in reality, I could just do lines.a equals, and it's just gonna be times equals speed lines 0-1, and then that's just what it is, and then we return lines, and we're just a happy camper. But yeah, I feel like this should be much more transparent, but it's not. Where's the player? Yeah, this is not going to be very... Maybe I should just make this opaque. Maybe that's what I should just do. Like, get rid of... Get out of here. With this 1+. Get out of here with that. We're not doing this. We're not doing that. We're not doing this or that. We're just gonna keep it $1.50. Man, understand, dude. We're just gonna do Opaku. And then, like, hey, man, if I don't like your tone, we're gonna discard you. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, look at that. Look at that. That looks okay. That looked pretty tight. Let's hit it again. Oh, brother. We got to the time warp. I mean, there's things we needed to fix there a little bit. It's a little jank on the return, but hey, like that's pretty good, man. It's pretty good. That's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie, man. I wonder if we can fix this with, oh, did I screw up? No, I didn't screw up. Let me chat it real quick, guys. I benched my new PR of 135 pounds, and I'm feeling it. Oh snap! Hopefully you gotta recover, man. But that's impressive, dude. That's impressive. Looks awesome. Thank you, Syndicate. The same game. It is the same game, dog. You give a man 3 weeks, he takes 33 days. But hey, we get this kind of stuff though. We get this kind of transitions. And I think part of this is that in our game board manager, I think part of the reset is I hard set the player's angular velocity and translational velocity to 0. But that's kind of abrupt and weird. So we're not going to do that. We're actually just going to let it rip. We're going to let it rip. And then we're going to see where that takes us. Well, Mike, I'm using an Ashton origin. Thank you, is Splashy. Or I Splashy. Hey, man. Time, dedication, you start getting some progress. I mean, I'm not sure. We still have to see if the game's fun. What? What? Okay, that felt pretty rad. But we're hitting the level transition thing way too quickly. I need to set the speed to like so we're hitting the loop. That's fine. That's for debugging purposes. Also, one last thing. I forgot to change the player grid layer to be on this, so we can actually see it when it whites out. I mean, that's kind of fun though, right? We're starting off here. No, that's not good. Yeah, I should make this populate with a instance. Okay, here. Okay. Yeah, we're hitting the thing. Oh, that's hilarious. I need to have this so the camera goes back so the player is still visible at all times. And you know what? I think what we're gonna do is have the player start off way before. So instead of having them be at vector 3 equals 0, we're instead gonna have it be at vector 3 equals negative, I don't know, 100, 0, 0. Just to be on the safe side, and then go from there. So that instead of starting right at 0, we're actually going to start a little bit before. And that should help out with a lot of this business. And then you're going to end up here, yeah. Nice. This is feeling like a game, dude. This is starting to feel like a game. We have to fix the background chunk stuff. Don't worry. Well, we're gonna get to that, and we're gonna make some levels and everything. But this is feeling like a game, dude. I can't believe it, man. We may have a game on our hands, guys. Yeah, I might change the angle though, the peak angle for this. Cause like this is scaling based off of your engine speed. So if I were to use an engine that has a faster characteristic, like this one has a max speed of 60 meters per second, twice as fast, and equip it, and we go over here and then run it, we're gonna be significantly faster. We can't even get to the end. We can't even. Okay, there we go. This is so trippy, man. I love it though. This is so cool. And then we instantly KO'd. Okay, so maybe we're not gonna maybe I should just make it not as fast. So when we do player, because I think we have it set to 4x base speed. I think we're just gonna do 2x base speed, and that should be more reasonable. Or maybe I should just set it to like a specific speed. I don't know. Either way, this is pretty cool, man. What's going on, Joel? You're on lunch break? Well, thanks for stopping in and saying hi, man. Cool. Okay, let's actually set this to the actual level size. I think right now we're setting it to, yeah, this. Actually bring it, we're gonna inch towards the final size. Can you code in C? Yeah, and I've done C before. I've code C live on this stream before. It's pretty, I enjoy it. Okay, this is way too. Did that regenerate? Did we? Okay. Maybe we didn't regenerate, that's why. Let's talk about user-defined functions. What do you mean? Come on. I really should have used material instances for this. Or I should just set this to be like, set all the values to 0 by default so that yeah, because it's not going to be... Okay, we should just do that. On FNF... Camera... we have to do a thing where on start. Speed lines, there we go, 0, so that we don't have to deal with this. Cozy, do you have food? No, I have not had food. Come on, why is this not... It's acting as if... Oh, I guess it didn't compile. Night terminal. What's going on? But I'm gonna sub so I can see more content viewers later. Thank you, Terminal. You have a good night, man. Get your 8 hours and hopefully you wake up feeling fresh and empowered to face the day tomorrow. I'm not fully understand it. Kind of having a hard time returning my arguments. When's the next time we'll stream Code C? I'm not sure, man. Probably after I finish this game, hopefully. If not, I don't know, man. There's a stream I did a while ago for Riven Done. It's all on this channel. That's a seed project I've been working on. But you're talking about returning arguments or issues with returning arguments. I'm trying to understand what you mean, like in terms of how you take in arguments from main, from like command line. Or are you talking about like having your functions return complex data? I mean, you kind of have like just two simple options, right? Which is the return type, packing more data information through there, either through a struct or something, or taking in pointers and then mutating what they point towards. But I'm not sure if that's what you're referring to when you say user-defined functions. It almost sounds like you're talking about like function pointers or something that's going to require function pointers. I don't know though. I don't know what that... If that's like a specific thing you're referencing, like a proper noun, then I don't quite know. Let's see here. Oh, gotta be careful with that. Oh, we're just going downtown, are we? Cool. That's pretty cool. So I think the final thing, we're gonna have more, this is gonna work though. This is actually, it feels like this is actually gonna work. I need to get rid of the old debugs UI, but because we have the new fancy looking ones here. Nice. Brother here, DK, you remember me. Dog, this comes up every stream. I remember you, man, at this point. So what's going on here? What did you make, dude? I'm making a shader, so that whole transition you're seeing, that's what I'm testing out today. This is coming out pretty good, man. Is the next chapter, I think. Currently what we've done so far is declare a function with an argument before main. We call it in main and pass whatever value into it, and after return 0. Okay, I mean, that's pretty straightforward. We define the function and return the argument. I mean, okay, that's pretty straightforward stuff then. So you're not doing anything crazy. You're trying to just get into the basics right now, it seems like. That's cool. And it's always good to see more C people. So you mentioned you had a question though, right? About returning arguments or returning something with returning in your functions. I'm down to take a detour and do some C stuff. Dude, this is starting to feel like a game, man. We're gonna start making the engine parts next stream. I already have sketches. I made some sketches last week. So we're just gonna make some designs and then start adding them to the game. And then we need to start doing some backgrounds as well. I need to tweak the camera offset stuff. I think the F and F camera offset thing is not big enough. Local position. Yeah, like we do -10. But honestly, I think I might even start at like negative. Start at like 9. And then go to like, I don't know, maybe 14. Electrical engineering, sick, man. What skill did you learn and recommend your younger self? Probably SQL. I mean, that's the stuff I learned in college. That's pretty cool. I think younger me should have learned Git way sooner. And just started getting comfortable with, I don't know, cloning repos and doing stuff with them, building, running, modifying, whatever. But I think Git in general is just, it's a must-have. It's a means of communication in the tech world. It's the way you get you interact outside of your bubble. And yeah, and that's how you collaborate with people too. So like if you want to collaborate with other people, oh, that looked good. That actually looked good. But yeah, if you want to collaborate with other people, and I keep recommending that's an important thing, especially people who know more than you, the mechanism of doing that is going to be through Git, either through GitHub or some service like Codeberg or GitLab, whatever. But they're going to use something like that probably to manage their repo. And you're going to have to probably do some Git. There's some Git CLI tools. You can start with that. But honestly, I think just learn the command prompts. It's not that hard. It's only like 3 you really have to use frequently. And it gives you a lot of power and control over it. Dude, I can't get over this, man. It's like looking better and better each day. I love it. It's great. This is great. And we have to do a game over thing, but that's we'll get to it later. Save project as well. I love that there's like so many save buttons. There's save scene, but then also save project. And then we can do our, like we're gonna do some Git right now. We're gonna do Git status, cool, and then we're gonna Git add everything, cool. If I do Git status again, you'll see that now everything's green. Now we're gonna commit it to our repository. A nice thing that you can do with this that you can't do with CLIs usually super easily is like having multiple origins and committing to different ones, but being able to do that here made it super easy to transition from GitHub to Codeberg. Added sick new level transition. Let's see here. NAND nor or not. What was the closest emoticon I could find? That's goofy. That makes sense. I mean, that's the best you can do, though. I appreciate the effort. I did something more research on stuff just now, and I understand now why you gave me a warning on the things that don't work. Okay, gotcha. How do you sit for so much time in front of a computer after your job? How do you feel motivated to do? You just, I don't know, man. You just do. Like, do you not see how sick this was? Seeing the progress? Like, it's a function of time, man. I know if I sit for X amount of hours, I'm going to get X amount of work done, and it's going to be cool. And we're going to have a tangible step towards the final product that I have in my mind, the final vision of what this could be. So it's like, all right, just sit and do it, man. Just grind through it. And you're going to get the thing, man. It's going to be sick. Like that's enough to motivate me to be like, this is all right, let's do it, dude. Let's do it. I mean, streaming helps too, but like, keep in mind, I've only been streaming on this channel for like a year now. Before that though, like I've spent many years doing a substantial amount of programming. Actually, most of my programming, honestly, off stream. It's only this past like 2 or 3 years where I got comfortable even doing coding on stream, because I started getting to a skill level where I felt confident and competent at what I do. But even before that, like I'd spend a bunch of time, 4 hours by myself, just coding away at the stuff. Because, you see, and it's like long-term projects that took like years that I never completed, but were very important. I don't know. That's like, you start a project because you see something cool that could exist in this world, and every time you sit down, you see a little bit of it come into reality. This is sick though, man. I'm actually really happy with this. We need to add a timer as well, but that's gonna come. And we also have to add the pause button UI. That's just like super easy. I just need to do it, but I guess not really a question, just kind of not clear on the whole concept of returning arguments. One of my homework questions asked me to prompt the user to type in how many sides a shape has and define. Is asked me to prompt the user to type in how many sides a shape has and find the length of adjacent sides. And yeah, we use loop and arrays. Has to be done by using the user-defined function with arguments to return the result back main. I need to understand a bit more what you're saying. But it seems like that's not like I wouldn't think of that as a user-defined function. You're just writing a function that takes in a parameter from a user and then does different things based off of that. And that's not really crazy. Like, do I have a thing for examples? I have my dumb ancestors meme. Do you guys remember? You remember that day where I just coded? Like, someone was like, "How do you make?" I forgot what it was. It was a dumb joke to. I was like, this is how you do game deving, and then I made this program, and then if you run the game, this is what quintessential game dev looks like, guys. This is what peak game development looks like. But it's actually like, actually address what you're asking. Programs, projects. No, not Fight and Flight. We're going to go into Task Manager, and we're going to go into... I think main should actually have something for this. But yeah, it seems like what you're talking about is just something like this, where you have a program. In fact, let's just do this. I'm just going to make a new line. We're going to go... Do I have an example thing? Nope. We're gonna do an example just for you, dude. Because I like talking about C. And this seems pretty straightforward. But it seems like you have this thing where you're have main, and then you're gonna have some kind of option that you're taking in from the user, right? In your case, you're talking about like sides, so I'm assuming the polygon count for whatever that may be. In this case, it might be an option value, so it's like, hey, you know, you have option 0 might correspond to something, I don't know. We're gonna say like, okay, so you have this option, and then what you're gonna do is take something from the user, or actually you're gonna prompt them for something, right? So you're gonna probably be something like, hey, I'm sure you know about this, printf, what do you want to do? And of course, new line, because we want to be fancy, and then you can do scanf, I think. Here's where you have to go sometimes in life. You have to do you have to read documentation. That's okay. Even I have to do that. scanf in C. Yeah, scanf. And this is for taking in an argument from the user. And I'm pretty sure I just have to, the way this works is I have to pass in structure, some kind of string with the percent and then a type I'm going to be dealing with, in this case D, and then a pointer to the value we're going to be setting. So we take in an integer and then we set it to option right. And then you're going to have your diverging path of options that go on from here, right? So you're going to have like one case, like case 0, and it's like, all right, if they chose 0, that means they want to, I don't know, kill Saddam Hussein or something. I don't know. Destroy Australia. That's option 1, and then if you choose option, or that's option 0. If you choose option 1, I don't know. I don't know. Collapse the milk market. And then finally option 3 is like return Florida to the ocean. So you're gonna scan this, so you print this out to the user, then they actually input an option here, and then you're gonna have your diverging switch case statement based off the option they inputted here. And then you're gonna do something for here, and of course you do a break statement. You have your breaks here for your different stuff. And then voila, you have your divergent options are gonna happen here. I'm sure from your project it seems like you're gonna be doing more of an analytical thing than doing options, but who knows. This is the general idea. And then of course you're gonna return 0 if you're gonna actually return your code for how your program performed. This exists just to be like, hey, my program didn't kill itself or do something bad, so we return 0. Otherwise something went wrong, you return some kind of error code. And then of course, like, you know, I like to be clean, so I like to make functions for everything. So I'd have a function that says like destroy Australia, and then we're just gonna call that function from here. And that's how we structure our code here. Heck, if you want to keep this going, you can like do while true. Because the way it is currently, it's going to ask a question, do something, and then exit, right? Return 0. But you can do a while true, or if you want to be really cool, you can do for and then this. And it's going to keep looping through these prompting you, you give it an input, and then do something, and then rinse and repeat. And now you have like a user loop now. You have a user loop. And then we can do the rest here too. What was other options? Collapse the milk market. No more milk. And then buy Florida. You don't have to organize it this way. I'm just give an example. Do you like how unhinged this became very quickly? Pretty sure I did this. I actually typed it correctly. Let's see if this compiles in one shot. How about that? Oh my goodness. What happened here? Printf, what do you want to do? Oh, I didn't include stuff, didn't I? Yeah, you have to include stuff. I forgot what I needed to include. I'm assuming stdio.h. What else do you need from me? You probably need some more stuff. They're mad at me because I'm right. What's going on here? Herrick, what's up? We use scanf to allocate. To allocate what? I asked you because most people aren't so impatient demanding what's going on. Oh, what's going on here? Studio stdio.h. And I spell include correctly, right? And does this need a... No, it doesn't need. Okay, what else is wrong here? What else? What war crimes have I done? I'm pretty sure this is fine. Oh, unless I just scanf. Not SS scanf. There we go. Okay, just a little simple mistake. And then we have a.out, and then if we run it, what do you want to do? I don't know. Goodbye, Australia. What do you want to do? Goodbye, milk. What do you want to do? Bye-bye, Florida. Okay, we made a little mistake, though. We didn't do a new line. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not exactly a professional anymore, I guess. But hopefully this illustrates the idea. Unless there's something more actually technical than this dumb little example I made. Oh my goodness, that's 3 days in a row, Chimera. Thank you. Hope you're doing well. I appreciate it, thank you. I don't have any water. This is empty. This has been empty for a few hours now, and I keep reaching here to drink from it, and it's nothing. I hope you're having a good one, Chimera. Have more character to type. What's going on here? Okay, so you call that function int main, yeah? So I don't call that function. That's what the OS does when you run it. What happened there? The values the user typed in are now passed to the argument in the function. You have to define the function after return. So okay, so here's what's going on, right? So this is like a special function, right? Int main. This is not a function you are explicitly calling anywhere else, right? Like you see how we have, for example, destroy Australia, but that's a function that we define, we created up here, and we call it from here. Main is not like that. Main is what gets called when you do our a.out, right? A.out is what got generated from the program. If you're using Windows or something, it might be like, I don't know, a.exe, right? But if you look at the output, in fact, let's make this a little bit simpler. Like this is the program, we compile it and we get this. This is the source code, we compile it and we get this program a.out, right? And when we run a.out, it calls main. So that's first stop, that's what's going on, right? So we call main, that's the start of the program when we run it, and then it goes to this stuff step by step. We define that, hey, we want to have this variable called option. It's going to be set by the user at some point. But then we go to here, printf. This does nothing. It just prints out to the screen, but it doesn't do anything beyond that. Scanf is where the magic happens. Scanf is where we take that input from the user. How do we do that? Well, we're using this built-in function called scanf. It's not built-in, but you get the idea. It's a function that takes in information from the user. And we have these two parameters in this function. Parameter 1 defines the type of data we're taking in. In this case, %d means I'm taking in an integer. I want an integer. If I want a character, I would do %c, or a string, I believe, is %s. You get the idea, though. So this defines the type of data we're taking in, and then this argument right here, this last parameter, is telling us, okay, where are we dumping this data? So we took in data here. Where is it going to go to? And in this case, it's option. This variable here. And you have to specify like the address because we want to modify the original here. And that's what this program is doing. It's taking the pointer to the address of the original data and then chunking the data there. But that's what this whole thing is doing. That's all we're doing here. And then from here, everything's just a consequence, right? If I typed in 1, then this variable is now going to be 1. And then when we go through a switch case, it's going to go to case 1, and it's going to do no more milk. And so on and so forth. But that's how the cookie crumbles. That's how this whole thing works. Functional decomposition. But if option is defined by 0, the user, why did you use 0? I just decided to use a basic default initializer. It doesn't matter, right? Because no matter what I set it here, the user is going to overwrite the value with whatever they want, right? If you want to have something that specifies, hey, we want to like have a non-option where like the user does nothing, like, you know, if they type in nothing, we want to handle that, then that's something to be done. But like no matter what, this is handled here explicitly. Thank you, Ozymandias. Right now we're doing some C stuff because that was a question that came up in chat. Normally we're doing C# and game deving. You're doing good, Chimera. I'm glad to hear that. Infinite loop? Yeah, that's fine, Joe Mama. That's the goal here. We want to have the user have an infinite number of possibilities to destroy Australia, or collapse the milk market, or send Florida to the bottom of the ocean. Yeah, we're still up, Kate. What is the inside for? So this is me just being fun and being fancy. This is the same thing as doing a while true. It's just an infinite loop. Oh, thank you, Joe Mama. You got it, Joe Mama. You're responding to him, I imagine. Yeah, it's just an infinite loop. So you can do this is the same thing. I could just do while true, and people know what you mean. But if you're in the know and if you're cool, a cool C programmer, you just do for and then this, and it's like, oh my goodness, dude, look at the socks on this guy. This man knows what's going on. I'm using -s with GCC for simple programs to see the assembly.s file and generates. It's how I learned this ASM. I should try that out, actually. Actually, you said it's just a compile flag, right? So I could just do main.gcc, or no, GCC main, and then do %s. And there it is. Oh my god, dude. Yorkshire Pud, thank you for that hack, man. This is actually sick. We can actually look at the assembly here. We can go a layer lower. I'm sorry, why is this like kind of just readable? You push this register. So these are the subroutines that destroy Australia subroutine, and then it's pushing to output. I don't know assembly, if I'm gonna be real with you guys. We have main here though. So is this where the switch statement is? I kind of want to see if I can find where the switch statement is happening. This is actually cool. I want to. Oh, this is gonna be the next thing, man. Oh no! Okay, here's where the switch statement is. Call destroy Australia. Call no more milk. Call Florida. That's cool, actually. I love doing. It's very K and R. That's what I'm saying, man. It feels like that. Pinky's up, or what? Or while one. That's a good one too. I like that. The implicit int bool thing. I didn't know you can do that. I thought that required 3 conditions normally. I create a loop variable. I have. Oh, so if you're looping through the option count, then it's gonna be a finite thing. You're not just prompt them with that question that amount of times. Linux. Yeah, the fancy pinkies up Linux. I should refresh my assembly. Yeah, I would like to say I'd like to refresh my assembly, but there's nothing to refresh. Like, this is me saying, hey, I need to polish my car, and I walk into an empty garage and I throw a polishing rag at the floor. This is where my car would be if I had one. And that's my assembly knowledge. Assembly's super hard. Yeah, I mean, you just gotta learn it. I feel like everyone just learns one variation for an infinite loop at some point and sticks with it. To be honest, we have our emotional support loops. It changes depending on the time of day. Actually, no. Everyone has their one they grow fond of. I mentioned this in the other stream, but I learned this because of I was looking at the. Do I have an open source thing here? Programs. Nope. Yeah, donut. Because I was looking at the donut script, and I saw that they did that here. And when I saw that, and if you don't know what I'm talking about, there's this cool C program that creates this 3D donut that's displayed to the screen. It's pretty rad. I like it a lot. And I learned about this a long time ago, and I looked at the code for it to try to start understanding how it works. And it's a lot. It's a lot to unpack. We started like doing, I think I have a version that's meant for documentation. So like there's the original, and then there's the one I'm actually documenting to better understand it. But yeah, they do that here. And I was like, oh, that's cool. I'm going to do that now. And then I've never been the same. Never been the same. Yep. I would just search how to say, it's kind of just a slower abstraction. You just kind of need to learn more about your CPU. Yep. I think it's nice to do that though. So awesome. Thank you, Heavy. I'm not sure what you're saying awesome to, whether it be the setup, the donut, or destroying Australia. Either way, thank you, man. I never guessed it. Oh yeah, you're in for a lot, dude. You're in for it, man. There's a lot of math. Everything in general. Let's go, man. That includes saying bye to Florida and Australia. Let's go. They had it coming. So yeah, man, hopefully this helps you out in your homework assignment, and hopefully you got a little bit of a better understanding in terms of how this works, this little input output cycle. It's a pretty common thing, but like you'd be surprised how much things are a variation of it. Like even this crazy my task management app, at its fundamental core, has this in it. Let's go to Riven Done. So like this whole task management app we have here, as cool and kooky crazy as it may be, fundamentally has this infinite for loop in it and some way of taking an input and outputting it. It's a little bit more complex than scanf or scanf, because you know, inputs I don't want to block the main thread. Like you see how it's rendering even if I'm typing in nothing. With scanf, everything's happening in one thread. So I'm gonna call a function to draw everything, and then it's gonna wait until I do input, and that's gonna suck because then the background's gonna be stuck. So the cool thing you're gonna eventually learn, hopefully one day, is threading, where you can have a separate thread that's just all it cares about is taking input, and then on your main thread, every single frame you get check to see, it's gonna draw the background, and then it's gonna check to see if there's input, and it's gonna do whatever, and then it's gonna immediately go and draw the background again, and you're gonna get this cool illusion of movement. That's the cool thing, dude. It's a cool thing. But yeah, you gotta get comfortable with your functions, your input outputs. Get comfortable working on a main thread, on a single thread application, and then you'll have some fun once you get there, man. What you can do, it's only 10K lines. Oh wow, that's cool. I heard a good review about the Risk Vive documentation and how it's nice because they actually give you you get a lot of fundamental understanding behind the decisions they made behind that instruction set. It's pretty rad. It's pretty rad, man. The game looking sick though. I'm not sure if you saw it, Kate. We got the transitions working, and it looks pretty good. It looks pretty good. Like, I'm not gonna lie, even with the lack of, with the debugger speed lines and everything, I'm like, geez, man, it feels like a game. It feels like a game. Let's see if we can get to the transition point. big divergence there. Hey. And we have to fix the background chunk manager, whatever. We'll get to it eventually. But hey, that's not bad, dude. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Dude, sometimes I can actually do cool things, dude. Isn't that crazy? Like, it's like... I feel like such a fraud 90% of the time. Like, I feel like I'm just not a great programmer, but sometimes you just do something and I'm like, okay, we can do cool things. Sometimes you can cook, man. Brother, you can cook sometimes. I like this value. We're gonna keep that value as is. Do we resolve this problem right now? There's a to-do in here. Here we go. The fact that we hard code dimensions. How do you do this? I feel like there's a static screen class. Resolution. Gets elements of specified vertex. Is it an array? Okay, the first one then. How about that? Nice. And then we can just plug in chug in here, so it doesn't be... I wonder if mobile is gonna respect my width and height though. If it's gonna consider the same thing as width and height that I currently do. There we go. That's a to-do, that's gone. Dude, you just posted the source code. What you got to go on here, man? Brother, you cannot just paste code like that in chat. Like, it's not like against a rule or anything. I'm a human. I'm not going to be able to understand this, man. Okay, float average. That's a function you're defining. Average. It takes in int array and size. Okay, that's standard. Is this in a header file? Because you're defining the signature of the function first, and then you comment if 5 in here means the variable stores. I can't tell where the comment ends, though. That's a problem. Int I, okay. Global variables, main thread, main void. Int size, printf, please enter, okay. Can you copy and paste? Okay, how about this? I'm not sure if it's available for you, but we have a Discord. It's publicly available unless there's countries that just don't support it, which is understandable. We're going to migrate the Discord at some point to another platform. I just can't make up my mind about which one I want to do. But we have a thing called the gym leaders there. I'm in there, but other people who are equally knowledgeable, if not more knowledgeable than me, are there. And you can post that stuff in an easy to read format. And we can actually give some proper help there. What a thing to stumble into, doom scrolling at 3 a.m. That's really neat. Thank you, Battlesmith. I'm glad you dig it. I just scrolled up. What happened, dude? Oh, yeah, you saw the code? Yeah, here's the Discord. I got you. Oh, you got me. You beat me to it. Never mind. Oh, man. So if we press play, it should just work. It should just work. It's almost 3 o'clock, though, so I'm going to have to end the stream, guys. We're not going to end yet. I'm going to be on for a little bit, a few more minutes to answer any questions, comments, or concerns. I don't know, anything, man. Just give opinions. Why not? Take some hot. Okay, maybe not give opinions. We're not. Depends, man. We're not gonna be talking about politics or any of that kind of stuff. That's all off limits. But you know, like movies or something, I'm down. We could talk about that kind of stuff. The character disappeared. I don't like that. That's not right. Why is that? Why did that happen? Are they masked by the layer? This feels seamless though. It feels like a seamless, different level. Dude, I'm so happy, man. Every single day we get closer to an actual game. Sick. Okay, let me commit my progress, and then we're gonna re-chat. Really? Okay. Adjusted camera params. Cool, we're good on this. So let me go to the engine real quick. We're gonna put in the thanks for watching thing, and then I'm gonna start answering some questions before we end stream. So let's re-chat real quick, guys. If I get another white label error page, I'm gonna crash out. I've been trying to figure out this bug for hours. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear of your Spring Boot woes. Your trek back home begins. Well, you have a go, man. Thanks for popping in the stream, man, and always appreciate the modding you do, dude, and get home safely. 5x5, fly the friendly skies. So you're coding in different languages? Yeah, dude. That's not that crazy. You can do languages. Once you learn a few languages, language or two, it's pretty easy to pick up other ones. I mean, we've done Rust. I've done what? This is a C++ project. We have a C project, Riven done. I wrote my own like Bible reading app called My Bee or My Breath. So I can just type in like, I don't know, this, and then like I can use space and I can navigate it with Vim motions, and I can even change translations. This is written in Rust. Yeah, and of course the game in C# for Unity engine games, HOSL for shaders, OpenGL for shaders, or GLSL for shaders. I mean, and then TypeScript for the website. I'm gonna rewrite it in JavaScript, and we're gonna do WebGL instead of what I'm doing there, because it's kind of inefficient, but we'll see. Cozy Cabin, how pause and resume works seamlessly? I mean, how the input update render loop works. When we pause, should we have to call sleep and render the pause page? For the game, like for the game, or for something else? I mean, in general, though, you don't want to call sleep on your main thread. Like, pausing isn't saying, hey, we're going to stop processing stuff in general. That's not going to work, because then your game is just going to be stuck. And usually you don't want to have that. If you look at this game, when we press pause, stuff is still happening, right? You still have to be able to read input from the user to unpause the game, right? We also want to have other things like this going on. So you can do a couple different things. I have a fusion of two things. You can just keep track of a Boolean that indicates, hey, this is pause and unpausing, and then you can have objects respond to changes to that. That's what I do. And even do that, you can do it a bunch of different ways. You can do a message broker system, or you can just do like a interface and then have objects register themselves to listen for pause updates, so that if the state of the game is paused, then they're going to respond at however they need to, and then when the game's unpaused, they're going to do the things they need to do as well, so everything's consistent. I do this through a pause module, and I kind of do both solutions. So there's some things that register themselves explicitly to be registered for pausing. So for example, if you look at the player, they implement this iPausable interface, and if you look at it, it's just a simple two functions, pause and resume. And if you look at the player, they just set this to so they mimic the same booleans, and then on update they do divergent things. So on update, I think I do it very simple here. I think on update they do let's see if I can find update. Where are you? Here we go. So yeah, if it's paused, you just return. So we don't do anything whatsoever. In other projects I've done, it's a bit more sophisticated. I usually have a time dilation module. That's a whole thing, and I just use that. And then there's other parts of the code base where we don't use this interface thing, where objects don't register themselves to the pause service. Instead, they just listen to it, and then we'll respond to any changes from there. I kind of made it very flexible, so whatever I feel like, I can just do it. So if I really want to register an object for it, I can do that. Or I can just do a thing that listens for on pause and on resume, like here. So for example, for triggering this pause stuff, right? We have this thing that listens for when a pause happens, and then it emits an event out, so that different elements in the UI can update in response to it. And then another thing that emits an event when on resume is called, and everything in the game can respond to it. Different ways of handling it, but yeah, you're not going to get call sleep, that's for sure. You're instead going to usually pull for the state, and then do whatever you have to do from there. Are you Christian? Yeah. 100%, man. I mean, like, the compiler is reading blocks off diff. I mean, like, the compiler is reading blocks off different languages. No. These are separate projects, Professor Ben. These are different projects. You can have different languages communicate with each other, but that's a whole thing. That's like there's a lot to it, right? But usually you're looking for like foreign function export, I think, something that's foreign function, or no, FFI, foreign function interface. C# has a lot of good stuff too. You can like take DLLs and then map them to functions in C#, so you can call functions from a DLL, and those DLLs can be made from C, Rust, Zig, whatever. Christ is King, yes, brother. Amen, Ben. Totally cool. It was so simple. Got it. Like, we have to render the game always, and when it's paused, we render the resume screen. Yeah, and you also have to take an input, right? Like, if you have the game sleep, then you can't listen for if the player's trying to interact, like pressing the resume button. So yeah, just have a boolean. The simplest thing is having a boolean and just polling every single frame for it, and then changing the bit based off of that. Great job. Thank you, dude. Thank you, Shed Rakov. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. What is the function of your Bible reading program? I just like reading, like, you see how I use Vim, how I can navigate using HJKL and like go through buffers. I'm so used to navigating like that that I wanted a Bible app that does that kind of thing, and so I didn't find anything, so I just ended up writing my own that lets me like just type, hey, I want to go to, I don't know, John, and then I can just keep reading through it, and then I can use HJK to go up and down and then expand on it if I want to. So if I'm doing like a study thing or something, like I can just put this to the side, and then I can have my notes over here, and I could just, I mean, on the screen it doesn't work as well, but you get the idea. It makes things very easy. It's very convenient. I like it. But it's busted though. I need to fix some stuff, but I also don't want to work on Rust again, so I might just, you know, rewrite it in C or something. On a regular basis like that. I'm trying to do it more. I haven't been the best at it recently. I used to like take regular trips to like the library and then do my study there. Sorry for repeating my question, but do you plan your projects before starting anything, or just jump straight into coding in the sense of maintaining a clean code base of future works? So like, I don't. So clean code is a fundamentally different thing than planning a project, right? You can have no vision for what the product is going to be, or project or game or whatever is going to be. You can write very clean code, but it may not be a good game, right? Not to mean that you can't have a good game with good code, and it doesn't mean that all good games have clean code either, right? It's just, they're separate things. They're kind of orthogonal to each other. The thing is, when I start a project, I don't start from zero. I have a dev kit that I've built over the years that has a lot of important functions. So like, that whole pause module thing we talked about is part of my dev kit. And there's a lot of important parts of the dev kit that provide a lot of important features, like saving and loading, and a bunch of shader utilities, stuff for like random selection, math stuff, vector extensions. So when I start a new project, I may not have a clear way of architecting it yet, but I do have a fundamental architecture that I come in with for building out the application. And then if things change, we change it, whatever, right? We match it to work with it. But a dev kit? No, a dev kit. Yeah, that's what the, if I were to go here real quick. So you'll see there's a folder called CCDK. That stands for Cozy Cabin Development Kit. And here you'll see like all the different stuff that I have for here. So like general assets that are important, stuff for backend, so stuff for file management, game save data, and then handling session data or modules. So like here we have, I mean, there's nothing that I really use there. Modules, so there's like a bunch of general stuff that I have in game. So like, for example, pausing, that's important. So that's the thing I have here. We have object pooling. I oftentimes have to do object pooling in games, so I have a general purpose object pooling module for that. I have things like time dilation, because I have a lot of games where you have to be able to slow down time, and things should slow down as they get to stopped and then speed back up, right? So there's stuff like that. And then there's shaders. Like I have my own lighting model because I don't use Unity's lighting model. I have my own lighting system. So we have this whole thing with a bunch of different light components and shaders and stuff for that, as well as editor extensions to make it work. I have options because I actually like that from Rust. I like using options from Rust, so I have my own version of options for C#. Modules, yeah, like you get the idea. There's a bunch of like general utilities that I have. Now we have this custom text rendering thing that's not like Text Mesh Pro at all. So I can have sprite-based text. You get the idea. There's a bunch of stuff that I have here. And then the utilities are just a whole different thing on top of that. So, yeah. Regardless of the game's focus or vision, I have a very strong architectural foundation for it. for every game I start. And I think every programmer, they have their own dev like toolkits that they're kind of building over and over again. Like even for my game engine, like this, even though we got this up and running pretty quick, this is built off of a previous iteration of my game engine that has a lot of this architectural stuff already built into it, and it's just a matter of using it the way I have it designed. And yeah, some things have to change, I have to swap things out and whatever, but it's still built off of this more tested core that I've been using. I have a more personal relationship with God. I haven't read scripture in a long time, but I'm grateful to have him close and speak to me and listen to whenever he needs me. Yeah, man. He's always there if you reach. And I don't know, there's a lot of beauty and wisdom within the script and scriptures, and there's a lot of things where you go into it and you find something really, really nuanced that you find something that's super beautiful at times and you weren't expecting it. Like you find a simple scripture and you don't think much of it, but then when you dive a little bit more into it, it's like, oh my goodness, this is wonderful, man. Night, you have a good one, Kate. You have a good one. Which witches does your Ergodox has? I'm using KT strawberries. Yeah, KT strawberries are what I use. Talk about proof of concept in small games. I mean, if you're trying to validate a design before you commit to it. So here's the thing, right? I'm terrible at this, right? Because I don't do that. I just fully commit to an idea and send it, and then figure out if it's fun along the way, and we try to make it fun, but we don't validate it. That's usually a bad idea, especially if you're especially cautious about what you're allocating towards it in terms of time and money and resources and all that stuff. So, if you're gonna do that, if you're gonna be smart about it, you're going to do a proof of concept that just mocks up the bare minimum mechanics of the game. And if anything, you just built in, like, get to your critical or essential game loop as soon as possible. Build out the basic infrastructure for it and then start testing it, right? And then you can start doing some UX testing, right? That's going to be your mechanism or your insurance that your idea is good. And you can go from there. Like if you have a target audience that you can test with, then like you can iterate from that and build something from there until you have a better understanding of what you want. And then once you have an understanding of what they want and what the game should be based off of player testing, then you can like start going into either rewriting it or massaging that prototype into an actual architecturally sound thing. But you're not going to be focusing on visuals unless it's 100% critical. You're focusing purely on mechanics. And if you can play the game using paper cutouts, do that. Your goal is to do the minimum amount of work to get the game into a playable state, the idea, and then validate it through user testing. From there, like, I don't know as much. There's the whole thing for UX. They have a thing called the double diamond, which is an important methodology for UX designers. I really don't know enough about it, but this is a design process they have here. The thing is, though, it's more oriented around problems and solutions, whereas I'm not sure if games are quite the same thing or how you'd frame it. But yeah, if you find this curious and you think this might apply for you, or you want to just try this out, this methodology, do it. Search it up, read books about it, or read articles or whatever. Just understand what it is, and you can try applying it for yourself. Like I said, though, I have very little experience actually doing this, because usually my games are hobbies, and I think the idea is cool, And if I think it's cool, that's enough for me to commit to actually doing it. And sometimes it works, sometimes it's a bust. But that's just kind of how I live my life as far as game dev for fun. So yeah, hopefully that helps out. What do you do for work? I'm a software engineer. That's what I do full time. What time do you have to get up tomorrow? I get up tomorrow when I get up tomorrow, and we'll do the work that needs to be done. And if I have to work late, it's fine. It is what it is. I understand, thanks. I've been trying to do the perfect documentation before starting a project so that I can always come back to it without feeling lost when the project grows too large. Documentation is rough because I feel games have the most room for wiggling and changing and evolving, and documentation is not always the best way to describe the things that are going on. Depends on the type of game you're making, right? I think if you have a very clear vision for your game, then yes, iron it out into documentation and then make it your source text. Everything has to defer to that and conform to that. If you're gonna be more loosey-goosey about your game, then like you're gonna have to kind of come to there's two things that are gonna have to happen. You're gonna have to keep updating the document, and then hopefully everyone on the team reads it, which is not gonna happen. Or B, you just accept the document is gonna get out of date over a couple period of time, or intervals of time, and you either have to revisit to try to focus it, or do something else, right? I've seen people do documentation within the game where like they have different scenes that are meant to demonstrate important parts of the game and components of it and systems and whatnot. You can have Excel sheets depending on what you're doing, but yeah, it also depends on the scale too. I think if you're one person or just a really like one or two people, then having the document be a living thing is actually fine. There's far less people you have to disseminate information to, and they can be, a smaller group of people can be more responsive to that stuff, especially if it's a product of discussion. If it's bigger than that, then yeah, that's when it becomes a tough thing to manage. Can't believe you're still coding away, Professor Banks. Nah, man, this is the usual. We're not coding right now. We're just yapping. Have you ever worked on big games for big game companies? Nah, I've purposely avoided that. I always wanted to make sure that any game dev I do is by myself for fun. I know people who have worked at big game studios, and even some people I've mentored have gone on to work at good big places. But yeah, I don't want game dev to be my day job. I absolutely do not want that. I want all my game deving to be for fun, for the joy of it, and for the creation of my ideas and the things I want to see become real. And I also want to own it too. So I just put my engineering skills, at least like I'm super blessed to like have a job that I think is actually providing some real social utility to people and is actually helpful. So it's not like I'm working a job that I hate or a job that is like a dead end. It's like, no, I have my job where I get to work at this different level of engineering, and that's a cool different experience, and I think it's doing good for people. And then I get home and I get to do the fun stuff and be a little unhinged in what I work on, but that's fine. That's how you get good. Senior or meteor? What's meteor? I'm a senior engineer. Do you have to accept me so I can type in the chat in Discord? No, you have to react. You have to react to the rules and accept them, and then you'll have access to the Discord. What fields? I'm mostly just working C#. I'm just a C#. I don't know. I don't want to say slop because I mean usually slop is associated with AI and I avoid that. But I'm a C# schlinger. I sling C# and shader stuff. So you imagine and jump on to do coding for small projects. Do you do case study on games? Not really. I mean, there's games I like, and I've done, like, I break down the game loop and everything and how they're reinforcing each other. I did some research for, let me find something. Let me see if I have Google Docs. I do have, like, one super formal game that I did a lot of research for in creating it. Yeah, here we go. So I have this game called Crimson Crown. It's in a back burner right now. I'll eventually return to it. But yeah, this is my mechanical design document, and I really went hog wild in like formatting and everything because I think I was contemplating even approaching publishers, but I decided against it. But you see like the different levels of like the game loop, and then not only that, but how different components of the game loop reinforce each other, because every part of your game should reinforce some other part of the game. If it doesn't, if it's just a stub, then it's kind of like not purposeful and it's kind of a waste of development time as well as like user time maybe. But it's like a very minimal. Why is it in dark mode? I'm sorry to blind you guys, but this is how the document was meant to be formatted. But yeah, this is how the game is was initially designed, and even then, like the game has evolved beyond just this. And there's other components that are not quite there, but I think this is the basic idea, bare minimum you can do before you start tackling and implementing something. Here in Europe, we have positions like junior developer, entry level, meteor developer, 1 to 3 years experience, and senior developer experience. So it's different than America. Well, that's a bit kind of close to how we do it. I used to be a mid-level developer. Was a typer, but that's very much makes sense. You know, when you put it like that, a junior, meteor, that sounds cooler than mid-level. And it rhymes. Is that your pseudocode? There's no pseudocode in that document. It's just the diagrams for how things are going to work with each other. How the loop, or how the user experience should be. You know about Yandere Simulator? Someone suggested me to case study it. Do you do like case studies in general? It seems like that's something you just do. If you post it anywhere, like on a blog or something, feel free to link it. I'd love to see that. That sounds hilarious. Alright guys, it's 3:12 in the morning. Hopefully you guys got some good, I don't know, information or something. Any last questions before I pop off stream? Any last things before we call it a night? 1 second. Let's see here. Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, my bad. That's got too loud. Waiting to ask all my doubts tomorrow. Okay, I'll catch you then, man. What's your bench PR? I have no idea. I never do PRs. And honestly, I'm kind of scared to do benches because I'm by myself. I'm more willing to go crazier with like deadlifts or squats, but even then, I'm still getting back into it. I think recently I was able to do like 12 sets of 205 pounds on squats, so that's nice. I'm getting back in there. Oh man, it's ending already. Yeah, it is, Dante. But you know what? There's always next stream, man. Thanks for answering everything. You're amazing. I think you're a very skilled engineer. Thank you. I appreciate it, Michael. That warms. That makes me feel good. Thank you, man. What kind of computer setup do you have? That's an easy one before I pop off. Here you go. Oh no, you got me, Turtle. My boys got me, man. My boys got me. My boys got me. Yeah, running Linux, Professor Banks. All right. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, we have concluded the stream. We have reached the end, guys. As always, thank you guys for watching. If you want to watch and find more of the stuff I do, you can always subscribe to the channel. Gosh, this is the first time I've ever asked people to sub. Anyways, but there's always the Discord as well. You can reach me there, and there's a bunch of cool people. And of course, socials at cozycabingames.com. And as always, ladies and gentlemen, God bless. And until next time, stay cozy. Till then, bye-bye.